Good afternoon. My name is Doug Shipman. I'm the Atlanta City Council President. I'm calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting Monday, June 6, 2022 of the Atlanta City Council. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at large, Keisha Shawn Waits. Council District 1, Jason H. Winston. Here. Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Byron D. Amos. Here. Council District 4, Jason Dozier. Council District 5, Liliana Bakhtiari. Council District 6, Alex Wan. Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, Mary Norwood. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone. Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet. Council District 12, Antonio Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this time, I would like to call for a motion for adoption of the agenda, which was sent out ahead of time. Moved by Mr. Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, without objection, we'll adopt the agenda via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Mr. Clerk, please call the count on unanimous consent.
Yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. It is now my pleasure to invite Rabbi Ellen Nimhauser to join us to provide today's invocation. She is the president of Interfaith Atlanta, and she is an executive member of the Atlanta Jewish Community Relations Council. Thank you for being here. Rabbi Nimhauser, right here.
Good afternoon. I'm honored and humbled to stand before you, particularly as I see our common goals as aligned. As president of the organization Interfaith Atlanta, where everyone and every identity is welcomed and valued as equal, I bring words of blessing from our board and our constituents all around Greater Atlanta, if you will. Creator of all, we offer praise to the source of life who designed each of us so varied and unique and so deeply connected to one another. May the power of this council be used to build our beautiful city of Atlanta in spirit and community as much as we do in brick and mortar. May we guard against decisions that profit the few and cause loss for many, ensuring that resources be more readily allotted to the vulnerable, the marginalized, rather than the wealthy and privileged. Creator of all, help us to see the critical need and the deep value of using resources to protect and maintain our natural surroundings so that generations to come may bear witness to the incredible beauty showcased in our city. We pray for the physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being of all our citizens. Guide us to ongoing commitments to provide avenues of learning and healthy engagement with one another, enabling us to see beyond our differences to our precious common humanity. O Eternal One, we humbly ask you to help us show up in spaces where our youth need our love and support. May we model that both agreements and disagreements can be shaped by friendship and respect. Sustainer of life, protect these hardworking individuals who gather today to resolve our city's challenging issues and pave the road to a bright, safe, and healthy future. As they work diligently, may they be shielded from harm today and every day. We know deep in our souls that humanity was not created to live with fear, anger, or hatred. May this council convene today with open minds and even more, open hearts to work together to bring nearer a day of complete harmony. Above all, help us to appreciate the blessing of each other's presence in the task that lies before us. As in the name of our Creator, we all say, Amen.
Before we move to our Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to ask the APD Honor Guard to present the colors. is to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have 4 proclamations, commendations today. Without objection, I'd like to take them in a slightly different order, just given guests that we have with us today. If we could actually begin with 22P0017, number 2 on the agenda, in recognition of APD Chief Rodney Bryant's retirement. I would call forward Council Members Hillis and Boone.
Thank you, President Shipman. This body wanted to honor Chief Rodney Bryant, our outgoing police chief, who has retired, and we're going to present him his proclamation. I will read it, and then if any council members want to make any comments, we can do so. And if we could go ahead and get Chief Bryant to come on in. Chief, it was actually just a joke. We just want you to do another budget presentation before you officially leave. We still have the table. How you doing? How are you? Good. Again, since we're all settled in now, welcome, Chief, and the City Council wanted to present you with this proclamation in honor of your many, many years of service to the city. It's a proclamation by the Atlanta City Council in recognition of Atlanta Police Department Chief Rodney Bryant, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Atlanta Police Department Chief Rodney Bryant for his devoted and outstanding career in law enforcement as he retires from the department, and whereas he served as the 25th Chief of Police of the City of Atlanta Police Department, After his appointment in 2021, during his time with the department, he showed a clear commitment to creating a safe environment for residents, visitors, and businesses in our city. And whereas in June 2020, he took the helm as the interim chief of police during a difficult time in the life of law enforcement while protests were taking place in Atlanta and other cities. He remained steadfast in maintaining the law, promoting peace, and encouraging the officers who serve and protect our city. And whereas during his tenure, he embraced the philosophy and goals of 21st century policing and understood the department must be well-trained and sensitive to the community's needs. His focus remained steadfast on reducing crime, taking guns off the streets, and rebuilding community trust. Under his leadership, the department increased positive engagement among Atlanta's youth through the positive work of the Atlanta Police Athletic League and the Atlanta Police Foundation's At Promise Centers. And whereas he has seen the growth of the department since joining in 1988, and since that time he climbed the ranks from police officer to assistant chief before his retirement in 2019. He later became the interim chief of the Atlanta City Detention Center until his appointment as interim chief of Atlanta's police department. And whereas in 2010, he was appointed to the rank of major and commanded the largest and most single-family, densely populated zone precinct in the city. From 2014 to 2016, he served as deputy chief and oversaw the Community Services Division, which includes Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. As assistant chief, he managed the department's daily operations and oversaw its $188 million operative budget. And whereas he also managed, planned, and executed several large-scale tasks in Atlanta, including serving as event manager and commander of public safety for the College Football Playoff Championship and Super Bowl 53, which was played at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta in 2019. In addition to his first-class leadership skills, he was also instrumental in negotiating the city's largest pay increase for sworn personnel. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Atlanta Police Chief Rodney Bryant on this 6th day of June 2022 for his retirement and offer our deepest gratitude and appreciation for his many years of dedicated and steadfast service to the department and to the safety of our community. And it is signed by all council members and the city council president, and affixed upon it is the city seal. Chief Bryant, thank you very much.
And next we will have our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Lisa Gordon.
Hello, everyone. Chief Bryant, you have had distinguished service for the City of Atlanta. We are pleased for everything you've done for our community, and on behalf of the entire city, we offer you this beautiful momentum of all your service, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will call on you again if we need to.
And now we have a very special guest, Madam District Attorney Fonnie Willis. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all today?
Great.
Today is a celebratory occasion, although I'm a little saddened. I am honored to be here today to congratulate you, Chief, really for just a job well done. You've been a public servant and a police officer since 1988. I'd like to point out for you, I was still in high school. And you've really answered the call to service. So many people criticize police, they criticize law enforcement, but you can ask anyone, anywhere. Everybody loves a good police officer that protects and serves, and that you have been. You stepped forward to serve, and to serve in a role of leadership, when, let's be honest, law enforcement was being attacked, and most people were afraid. You've been a partner to the district attorney's office since I took office, and it is an invaluable relationship and friendship, not just professionally, but I hope that we continue to be lifelong friends. You fought for what mattered. Everyone talks about the rights of the accused, and you have made sure that those rights are honored, but you also never forgot the victims. And so I appreciate you for being committed to the victims of this community and this county. Even before I was sworn as the district attorney, you were one of the very first people to reach out to me and to tell me that you were here to help to assist in this transition. And as you know, Atlanta makes up 85% of all the cases that Fulton County has. And so this relationship has got to be solid. You didn't question my decisions. Even when those decisions were against your own officers, you always told me you understand, and that you understood that there was a duty and to just do the right thing. And so I appreciate that, even supporting me when others might think you turned against me, while also supporting your officers and making sure that their rights were protected and that they were protected and that was right was done by them. You know, as a parent, sometimes we have to support our children, and sometimes we have to allow them to see discipline. And you were able to be the leader and a parent, I would say, to your law enforcement community. When I became district attorney, I knew that the office had charged cases very, very wrong for a long time, not doing further investigation when needed. And when I brought this idea to you that we had to get better, we had to change, we had to do more, your officers were going to need to do more, as well as my office. You didn't balk at it. You asked, how can we learn? How can we become partners? And how can we do that together? You know how many people could not humble themselves, even if they realized it was in the good of their community? You did that. And so for that, I will always respect you. Now, this is where I want to end, though. They brought you a proclamation, that nice, pretty bowl. I got a job for you. If you're looking to be a senior investigator, I know a district attorney that would love to have you. In all seriousness, congratulations. You have earned this day.
And now our interim chief, Darren Schilbaum.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, Chief Bryant, you are concluding 34 years of a profession that is one, when it's done with the right heart and the right ethics, you never have to wonder, did I make a difference? And to the right and left of us at the podium, you see men and women whose lives you made a difference in. Through your leadership, your examples, growing us as a police department, preparing us to continue to serve these communities. And you never have to wonder, did I make a difference in Atlanta? Because every day when an ethical, constitutional police officer comes to work, they do good. And this council represents 242 unique neighborhoods that you have done good in. And so why today you do have a plaque and a bowl, and you're getting ready to receive two memorials of our appreciation from the Atlanta Police Department. We hope that your highest honor is that you remember the good you have done in 34 years and the good that will continue to go on because of your contribution to our city. And thank you.
Thank you.
Your official photo that, and I tell you what, I've been on the job 5 days. There's probably been 100 times I've caught myself saying, I got to call Chief Bryant to make him aware of something that was going on in the city. So here you go, sir. And then we have another token, a symbol of our office, but this is the symbol of protection for all of our communities. And we want to, as you hang this, we want you to remember all the men and women that continue to work, instilling your ethics that you've given to us, and all the neighborhoods that we're protecting in your legacy, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you.
And now, any other council members, members of the Atlanta City Council?
Thank you, Councilwoman Bone. Thank you, Council Member Hillis. I spoke the other night, Wednesday, and gave a fabulous speech.
Give it again.
But what I do want to say is part of that, is a pertinent part, is that when Chief Bryant began his career as a police officer in Atlanta, it was a dangerous time to be a police officer. People forget that. Crack had hit the streets of Atlanta and overtaken it. It was dangerous to be a policeman. The music, the culture was all about blank the police, kill the police, shoot the police. Does that sound familiar? And so not only at that time did he step up to defend our city when he was just a beat officer wearing those glossy high-tech shoes. He doesn't have on those high-techs today. He got on some hot shoes today. But he stepped up when there was no guarantee of reward, no guarantee of safety for himself and his family. And he did that when he was just a patrolman, just on the bottom rung. So look what he has done throughout his career. Risen to the ranks, 34 years. He's got a great pension. And so now that he's no longer a city employee, if you all need to tap him for something, you know he's got it, right? But all kidding aside, twice he's returned to at the level of chief to make sure our city is safe. And I compared him to Cincinnatus from Rome, and he is a living embodiment of that. Someone called back to save their city in a time of trouble when they were off living their own life. So we appreciate you. We love you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And let me hold something. I know you got it.
So, Chief Bryant, on behalf of the thousands of citizens in Southwest Atlanta and District 10, our native son, you have made us proud. Thank you, and you will be missed.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank City Council for this recognition. Thank my family for their prayers and support. Thank the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department for their support, and the administration for their leadership in our city. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the DA. Thank you for taking the time and coming out and giving those kind words. I think that our city is in a phenomenal place when you have the alignment of so many different administrations as it relates from government to government, and the support of a city council in the communities that we serve. I think that our police department will continue to forge forward under the great leadership of Chief Shearbaum and the leadership of the men and women that's standing here today. When asked how I felt about moving forward, was this the right time? The answer was always yes. I'm very confident in the leadership of our police department. I was doing an interview and one asked me, what did I want my legacy to be? And we've accomplished a lot of things in the past 2 years. We centralized our police department. We had the ability to move out of an old, antiquated facility. We restructured our police department. A number of things were done. We are moving aggressively as it relates to technology. But none of those things were on my list as a legacy. The legacy that I would hope to leave was that the people that are still here, the leadership that is here, continue to do good for this community that we serve, and that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the officers may not know my name, but they may know the work that I committed to this city, and that they fall in line with that. And so with that being said, and I clearly recognize there's a lot of work to be done, and I don't want to hold up the people's work. Thank you so much, you all, everyone, for everything that you have done. I've never dreamed of this moment and this level of support. But God had a different plan, and so I acknowledge it. But thank you all. That's it.
And now we have a small video presentation.
Take our photo.
We will now take our photo while we're in the process.
Our video.
Our video presentation is ready. Thank you.
We do want to give a special thank you and shout out to Dave Wilkinson and the Police Foundation for their participation in the events to send our chief away for a long-deserved vacation. Thank you, Chief.
Next, we will have the 60th anniversary of the Orly crash. If the folks with that proclamation would come forward, please. Joining me are Ricky Bevington, who is the president of the World Affairs Council of Atlanta and also a well-known journalist and a descendant of family members who were killed in the Orly crash, and Hala Malamag, the president of the Woodruff Arts Center. Those of you who know Atlanta history know that 60 years ago last Friday was one of the most devastating tragedies in the history of our city, when a plane with over 100 arts and culture patrons and citizens of Atlanta on their way back from Paris, their plane crashed and they were all killed. Out of that horrific tragedy, which was one of unspeakable personal cost as well as civic cost, came an incredible outpouring and, in fact, the construction of what is known as the Memorial Arts Building, which is the home of the Atlanta Symphony and the Alliance Theater and at the heart of the Woodruff Arts Center campus. And so on this 60th anniversary, we wanted, on behalf of all of the citizens of Atlanta, to take a moment to commemorate both the pain and the incredible legacy of that moment 60 years ago. And so I'm going to read this proclamation and then give Ricky and Hala both an opportunity to speak. It says, Proclamation, Atlanta City Council, in commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the Orly Airport crash, whereas the Atlanta City Council recognizes the anniversary of the Orly Airport crash, which occurred 60 years ago near Paris, and whereas on June 3, 1962, 130 people, including 106 Atlanta Art Association members, perished in a plane crash during takeoff at Orly Airfield after an arts and culture tour to gain fresh insights about cultivating and supporting the arts in Atlanta, and whereas this unprecedented loss of many of Atlanta's most dedicated and influential art supporters galvanized the city to create a memorial that would continue their passion and commitment to our community's cultural growth. And whereas from 1962 to 1968, the Atlanta Art Association led a grassroots campaign that secured individual donations and major gifts, with the most significant coming from Atlanta's famously anonymous donor, Robert W. Woodruff, president of the Coca-Cola Company. And whereas the Atlanta Memorial Arts Center, which was renamed the Woodruff Arts Center in 1982, opened to the public on October 5, 1968. The opening included a ceremony with the French government donating Auguste Rodin's Les Ombres, The Shade, to the city to commemorate those whose lives were lost at Orly. And whereas 60 years later, the descendants of those Atlantans whose lives were sadly cut short continue to honor their legacy and serve as a reminder of what can be accomplished when people band together in the wake of a tragedy. And whereas the legacy of those great Atlantans continues to this day, the Woodruff Arts Center, home to the Alliance Theater, the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, and the High Museum of Art, is now one of the most prominent art centers in the U.S., with musical, visual, and performing arts, as well as arts education on one unified campus in the heart of the city. Now forward, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Orly Airport crash and offer our deepest gratitude to those honoring the legacy of the lives lost by promoting arts and culture in the city of Atlanta. It is signed by myself and all members of the Atlanta City Council with the seal of the city. And on behalf of all of us, I would just like to extend our condolences to all of the family members who continue to carry this pain with them. And with that, I'd like to ask Ricky Bevington to come forward.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much to Atlanta City Council for this special recognition. My name is Ricky Bevington, and I'm the granddaughter of Betsy Bevington and great-granddaughter of Del White Rickey, neither of whom I ever had a chance to meet, but whom I love dearly. I'm honored to carry their name. Betsy and Del were members of the Atlanta Art Association and civic and business leaders who believed that Atlanta could not be a city of the future without arts. Betsy studied at Wellesley. She painted and had a 1,000-watt smile. She was raising 3 little boys in 1962 when her life was cut short in Paris at Orly Airfield. Her eldest son, my father, Mitt Bevington, was a week shy of his 9th birthday on the day his mother and grandmother were killed. Del, whom the boys affectionately called Ganamami, lived just up the road. When her grandsons had a sleepover at her house in the morning, she let them put ice cream on their cereal on the theory that it was still milk. Every family deeply touched by Orly has their own stories and memories. Countless Atlantans can tell you where they were that Sunday morning when they heard about Orly. I don't speak for families. I speak for myself, whose life has been deeply affected by this tragedy. I take comfort in knowing that the Orly air crash inspired Atlantans to take action, to make a positive impact on their city, to fulfill the dream of the members of the Atlanta Art Association, to build what we know as Atlanta City Hall, the High Museum of Art, and the Alliance Theater. I'm grateful to Atlantans who have spent decades investing in Atlanta arts and culture. Like my grandmother and great-grandmother, I too believe that Atlanta cannot be a city of the future without the arts. I'm grateful to the Woodruff Art Center leaders for continuing their legacy. There is a priceless bronze Auguste Rodin statue on the front lawn of the Woodruff Art Center. You're all welcome to visit it next time you're in Midtown. Around it, you'll see the names of the men and women who died at Orly. This is where I visit Betsy and Del. I talk to them. I ask them what they would think of the Woodruff, what they would think of Atlanta, if they're proud of me. Every one of us has lost someone. You may grieve for relatives who you've never met. You have your own story. Thank you for the opportunity to share mine. I hope that more families of Orly take some comfort in today's recognition. 60 years after the Orly air crash, may we Atlantans of today find healing and inspiration from the community leaders whom we lost at Orly. In their honor, may we continue the work of building a city of the future. Thank you.
Very beautifully said, Ricky. I want to thank you, first of all, because having the honor of being the president and CEO of the Woodruff Art Center is something I don't take lightly, but when you start to talk about our origin story, which I think we always have to go back to, you need the people whose lives were truly connected to it to get the emotional piece. So Ricky has certainly given us that gift. Her uncle has given us that gift this past weekend, and I do invite you to be there. I want to say just 2 things. One is that I have to believe that the people who were so forward-looking about Atlanta would be proud that not only do we have exquisite art of all 3 kinds that you've heard today, but we also have deep and broad education around arts and deep and broad access for underserved communities in Atlanta. And I don't know that everybody knows that about the Woodruff, but I have to believe that the people who died in that crash would be very happy, very thankful, very grateful that their legacy is big and broad and deep. And since we are standing in front of the City Council, I have to reiterate what Ricky said twice. Atlanta can't be a great city without great art. And when you're talking about economic development and growing our people and growing empathy and growing love for one another in this market, you have to have art. And so I'm very proud that we have the legacy of the people who were lost in the Orly crash. And Doug, Councilman, President, thank you very much for allowing us. Thanks to all the City Council people for allowing us today.
Thank you. My colleagues could join us for a picture with the proclamation.
Guests leave. I just wanted to say I'm a beneficiary of those programs at the Woodruff Arts Center as a child. I took classes there, and I've seen the Shade, the Statue of the Shade by Rodin many, many times, and encourage all Atlantans to go out there. But the challenge I put out to us, Mr. President, is that Atlanta should create its own memorial. It is great that the French nation bestowed that gift in their memory, but Atlanta should create its own memorial for the victims of that crash. And so I lay that challenge to you, sir, to spearhead that initiative, because it is true. Societies that do not preserve their art degenerate into barbarism. And so along with, we have a provision within our contracts that 1% should go to the arts or what have you, but we challenge all of the city council that should be raised. Because most people don't realize that when the city built the atrium, the artwork that's out there is the designs in the marble floors. And so art is a part of us. It is in transit with us. And so I just wanted to note that. And I was an art major briefly, but I never should have given it up. And I always caution people that if you don't use your gifts, you wind up in politics. Congratulations.
Next, we'll go back up to the top in recognition of Midtown High School speech and debate. Councilmember Westmoreland.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm joined by my colleagues Alex Wan and Amir Faroki for the Midtown High School attendance zone splits roughly equally between council districts 2 and 6. I am a proud alum, 2006 alum of Grady High School that was recently renamed Midtown High, and we are here today to honor a small contingent of the Midtown High School speech and debate team standing behind me. They're known as the Jesters. Brief background on that, the Midtown High School mascot is the Knights, and throughout much of history, a jester was known as one of the few individuals that could speak truth to power. And so when this team behind me chose their name over a decade ago, that is the one they went with. They are here today because recently they achieved their 13th consecutive state championship. And if you think about that, this team, they participated in 3 types of debate, 4 types of persuasive speaking events, 4 interpretation and acting events. But if you consider all of the public and private high schools in the state of Georgia, for this school in Atlanta Public Schools, I know several of us on this dais are proud graduates of Atlanta Public Schools, but for our hometown school to win this 13 times in a row is really incredible. And wanted to take a moment to recognize this team, whether it's current members who are competing nationally as recently as this last spring in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Colorado, and Kansas, alums who have gone all across the country and beyond to college as well as into the workforce. Wanted to present this proclamation to the man who has helmed this team since its first state championship in 2005, Mario Herrera, to congratulate all of you on your extraordinary accomplishments and to wish you well on winning another 13 state championships in the future. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you all so much. I cannot thank the City of Atlanta and Atlantic Public Schools more. The support, the rich history, the diversity, everything that this city collectively is helps to make this possible. Lisa Willoughby started this team back in 1985. Grady/Midtown High School is not the only school that finds success in this activity. I can't think of in the past any Atlanta public school that has not achieved greatness, both within this activity and after high school. I'm humbled to be here. I would have brought the whole team. I think 65 people would have been a bit much. Midtown High School is an amazing place. It's a diverse school that has a community that is so incredibly supportive of its students and of its communities. So thank you so much for this recognition. I can't wait to share this with everyone on the social media, as the students would say. And I look forward to hopefully making sure students have the same success and opportunity as they've had in the past for the future. Thank you.
We have one more proclamation today in honor of the Georgia Association of Paralegals. Is there anybody here on behalf? Yes, there they are. Come on up. As a body that is on a daily basis engaged in the work of lawmaking and law interpretation, there is no way that the work that we do and that so many do in the legal profession could happen without the work of paralegals. And so we wanted to offer this proclamation, which I will read. It says, "Proclamation, Atlanta City Council, in honor of the Georgia Association of Paralegals. Whereas paralegals are professionals qualified through education, training, or work experience to perform substantive legal work, requiring proficient knowledge of legal concepts that are customarily but not exclusively performed by a lawyer. And whereas, working under the guidance of an attorney, paralegals improve the management of cases, contribute substantially to the quality of legal services throughout the city of Atlanta, and reduce legal costs to the public. And whereas excellence, education, and integrity are the noteworthy characteristics of paralegals, and those in Atlanta uphold the highest standards of professionalism. And whereas the observance of Paralegal Week provides an opportunity for Atlantans to recognize paralegals throughout the city for their efforts to help our legal system perform at the highest level of efficiency. And whereas the city of Atlanta recognizes the invaluable contributions these devoted professionals make to the practice of law in our municipality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim June 5th through 11th, 2022 as Paralegal Week in the city of Atlanta. It is signed by myself and all members of City Council with the seal of the city. Thank you all very, very much for the work that you do. We give them a round of applause. And I'd like to invite the President up to say a few words.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the distinguished Council President, Doug Shipman, and to the remaining distinguished council members. We are glad for this recognition of Paralegal Week. I am Cynthia Bynum. I'm the president of the Georgia Association of Paralegals. And while I am the president of GAP, we refer to ourselves as GAP, this is in recognition of all paralegals in the city of Atlanta. And so it is our job as an organization to advance the paralegal profession through continuing legal education as well, and professional development and connecting socially with the legal community. So we thank the Atlanta City Council. We represent not only the private sector, but also government agencies, Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, the nonprofit world, as well as pro bono communities. And so again, this is essentially an event to kick us off officially to celebrate Paralegal Week. So I am grateful for some members of our board, as well as members and business partners who have come to support us in this work. So thank you so much.
Give an opportunity for any of my colleagues who want to speak. Okay. With that, let's take a photo. If you join me, please. Before we move to remarks of the public, I just want to give anyone an opportunity to commemorate. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are two individuals. One is the wife of Mr. Rick Ebertaz. Many will know him as a longtime community activist in the southwest area of town. His wife passed this past week, and so we want to hold her up because she was, when you saw one, you saw the other. She was a dynamic civic leader in southwest Atlanta, and she will be dearly missed. But I also want to pause and hold up the name of Dr. Preston Phillips, who was a schoolmate of mine and Councilperson Boone. He was a senior when we were sub-freshmen at Douglas High School. He was killed last week in the mass shooting out in Arizona. And not only was he a medical doctor of world renown, he also received a divinity degree from Emory. He was an outstanding, from our view as 8th graders at Douglas High School, he was an outstanding senior, someone who was an example to most of the students in the school. And he continued to prove that at Harvard, at Emory, and all the institutions that he matriculated in, and as he practiced medicine around the country. He had a world-renowned reputation, but he had a solid heart of gold, and he will be dearly, dearly missed. And it underscores that the Second Amendment, which speaks to the right to people bear arms in a militia for the protection of their region, should not be perverted and bastardized to allow weapons of mass destruction to fall in the hands of non-military citizens for destruction and terror. And so we are deeply grieved in the West Side communities and in Atlanta and around the world for his loss and the loss of all others who have fallen victim to this mania that has seized our country in the form of mass shootings, as there have been not a few dozen, not 10 or 20, but hundreds of mass shootings since this year began. And there's just no excuse for it. Every life is precious. No one needs to have a gun that will obliterate your body. So with that, I'd ask for a moment of silence for those two and all others who have fallen since we've last convened.
Mr. Lewis, anyone else?
And I just want to add, because the Atlanta community is mourning right now, particularly my generation. We had a rapper, Trouble, who was murdered this weekend by the name of Mariel Shamonte Orr. So I just want to add him to this moment of silence because he's meant a lot to the city of Atlanta. He's the guy who said guns down, water guns up. And so when you hear about the water gun fights in Atlanta, it's because he's the guy who said put down the guns. So I want to also talk about that.
Thank you. Any others? Would you all please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to pass out a ballot which we called for later in the community on council regarding appointment to the budget committee. If you could pass out those paper ballots, Mr. Clerk, to each of the members, and I would ask that those be returned before we begin standing committee reports.
Duly noted.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comment. As a reminder, each person gets 2 minutes unless they've been yielded time by others. I've noted where folks have yielded time to others. So we will begin with Jennifer Brooks.
Report Resolution 22-R-3645. Rail is key to sustainable growth progress in Atlanta for the whole of the Southeast and for our vast country. Let's bring Amtrak to Centennial Yards. 22-0-1369, Moving Atlanta Forward, has a community engagement playbook as framework for oversight and resident participation. And with that, I'm enthusiastic and optimistic that Moving Atlanta Forward will be successful. As you all know, I'm pretty good at paying attention. I'm even learning how to deliver feedback and insights more gently. I encourage oversight of infrastructure improvements within the defined goals of ADA compliance, inclusivity, and equity. I'd like to offer to serve one of the positions on the Stakeholder Oversight Committee for moving Atlanta forward, and I hope you'll consider that a serious offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Henry Jordan.
Came down to the Spirit of God, each and every one that's here. Let him know that he which converted the sinner from the error of his way shall save a soul from death, and shall hide a multitude of sins. James 5th chapter 20th verse. I seek to convert a sinner from death, and also myself. If you seek to sin against Jesus, you ask for death. James Griff. O Lord, there is none like thee, neither is there any God beside thee, according to all that we have heard with our ears. 1 Chronicles 17, chapter 20th verse. David again shows himself to be a man of spiritual sensitivity, who was always ready to go to God in prayers, thanksgiving, and praise. But now I have written unto you not to keep company, if it a man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetous, or an idolater, or rather a drunkard, or an extortioner, with and one know not to eat. 1 Corinthians 5th chapter 11 verse. When I learned that what Jesus said James was fight against his word is a true prophecy, I've been running from him since 2012. Jesus says, if I marry James, I will lose the gift. The God of Israel said, the rock of Israel spake to me. He that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of God. 2 Samuel 23rd chapter 3rd verse. Rock is a frequent symbolic metaphor of God as a place of security and rest. If you don't rule in the fear of God and with justice, then expect to see the wrath of God, because God is just. And we thank him for being just, because we wouldn't be here if he hadn't been just.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind the audience that there's no clapping, please, in the chambers. Next will be Johnny Floyd.
Good evening. My name is Johnny Floyd. I'm the president and chairperson of one of the oldest black neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta, Pittsburgh neighborhood. And it disturbed me to think that from a district standpoint, it's a possibility that we'll be out of the 12th district. Again, I got an opportunity to talk to my council person, which is Brother Tony Lewis, and we have a good rapport. He's doing a good job in our neighborhood. Having meeting, I demand that the council person in my neighborhood come to the monthly meetings, and so he haven't missed the meeting just yet, and we thank you for it, brother, for coming out and listening to the concerns of the neighborhood. But I am, and I did get to talk to, opportunity to talk to Brother Jason. We're in the same, Jason Dozier, we're in the same MPUV. And Brother Dozier, I gave you my sentiments. I asked you to, in redistricting, or for us moving us from one district to another, we've been in the 12th district for the longest. I've been the chairperson for about 30 years, Mike over there in the Pittsburgh neighborhood. So with the council, when it come up, when you redistrict, you're getting your maps together. Sister Boone, you make sure that you guys think about the Pittsburgh neighborhood, and we want to stay in the 12th district. Understand that we want to stay in the 12th district. There's no reason for us to move out of the 12th district. The Pittsburgh neighborhood has come up in the last 4 or 5 years. We getting things done over there. So right now, I'm making sure that I come to this council. If there's anything that need to be said, I told L. Lewis, I'm looking forward for you to bring it to our meeting, let us know what's going on. I don't want to hear it through the grapevine like I heard it this time. So I'm looking for the council to actually
Time has expired.
take heed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Christy Jackson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christy Jackson, and I am the chair of the Conservancy at Historic Washington Park. I am here today with my colleague, Mrs. Patricia Gartrell. We are here to express our deep concerns about the current lack of AC inside the Washington Park natatorium. We understand that this issue has been ongoing for many, many years. We believe today that we have a responsibility to speak up, primarily because Camp Best Friends is already in progress. The issues inside of the building cause water to run down the walls continuously, causing an unhealthy amount of moisture in the natatorium. The members of the Conservancy at Historic Washington Park believe that we need to voice our legitimate concern for all of our community. Certainly, we understand that there are many difficulties being faced by the city and the Parks Department at this time. However, we do recall that prior to the pandemic, short-term fixes were put in place during the summer so that the children could exist in the building in some level of comfort. We simply ask today that something be done now until a final replacement for the pool pack is achieved. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Bertha Darden, and you have 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon. I was hoping that I did not have to come back to City Hall again for the same thing we have been fighting for the last 10 years. And my only neighbor who is being evicted out of her home, and our mayor, now Mayor Dickens, before you became mayor, you had said you was going to work on a plan to put the pond and stop and fix the problem that caused us to be in the predicament we're in right now. And for the city ruling in favor of taking our home by using eminent domain without just cause and without proving any of the home should have been taken, without presenting, modeling that the project manager asked for in 2013. But yet, here we are in 2022. And for the city, under your administration now, in an article I just read in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, stating that we're living in a bowl. But the first project, they said they was going to put a park and a pond to stop the flooding. And we're hearing lies after lies after lies. And it's not fair to take legacy residents, uproot them out of their home without just cause and without proving it in court. And then for the city lawyers and engineers to get on the stand while we was in trial and to lie under oath, take our homes. And still here we are in 2022. This happened in 2016 in the trial. It's not fair. And Mayor Dickens, you said to us that you was going to work on a plan so that the 4 remaining homes, families, could stay in their homes. And now the article coming out stating that we're living on a bowl and that you're going to give us fair market value of our homes. That, to me, is not what you said when you met with us in our home. That is not what you said. So, where is the data to prove that you're going to put a park in the pond there? Where is the data for the taking of the 27 homes? Where is the data? Prove it or leave us alone, because it's not fair. It's not fair. How would you feel if your mother, your father, was in our shoes? Would you want this to happen to them? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because it says, with liberty and justice for all. And all we're asking for is justice. And you have not proved it. And you still have not proved it. But you gave us the evidence that you withheld from us during our trouble, that we could have been resolved all of this.
Time has expired.
Prove it, City of Atlanta, new council members, prove it or leave us alone. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next was Robert Darden, who yielded time, so we'll move to Johnny Knutson. Johnny Knutson still here?
Good morning, Council. How are you all today? I rise to support the turning of the public access television utility back to the people. I'd like to ask that you all do a little education and research, though, and put some conditions on it. I think you definitely, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to come up this early, but I'd like to say, please don't continue the political football with the public access utility. The council has a fiduciary role to the public board, which is People TV, which is just as important as that of the mayor's office, to appoint the complement of board members, something that the council and mayor's offices have neglected to do since 2015. In the time since, the city has left it to wither on the vine, defunding the public access utility budget. It's fired its entire staff. It's put it out for bid like an ordinary RFP. It's awarded that RFP to a vendor who is obviously not worthy. It then canceled that contract only to turn it back over to the same inept manager whose only relevant background is that of a long-time public access producer. Along with the board that's been filled with cronies that have little interest in serving the Atlanta community and their media pursuits. I'm here to ask that this mayor and council stop the roller coaster ride the public utility has been on since the Reid administration and take a few simple steps to help shore up and secure the utility. One, conduct a town hall work session that allows the community to have input concerning their desires and needs for community media. Put the First Amendment community protections that were enshrined in the previous agreements back in, so that when a First Amendment producer is attempting to access the utility and is denied access, they have an opportunity to come back to this council and mayor to seek redress.
Time has expired.
If I may, just a couple more. You guys have to do a forensic audit of this public board and put your complement of 7 members back on this board, because it is a public board that is legally and legislatively set up by you all. We really need you to get back into the fight.
Time has expired.
Allow us to, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Wow.
Next we'll move to Dewan Robinson.
Let me start out by saying, Sister Darden, they just used you to get rid of Kasim out the race. They didn't care. They didn't have no intention on helping. To council, we're dealing with something that's called AMI. And many of you guys may not know that Atlanta have included Roswell in the AMI, which is raising the cost of living up, which still should be down. As you know, Atlanta is #1 in America for income inequality. But Roswell is added on to Atlanta that's causing the AMI to go up. You guys need to look at that. Secondly, I would ask that council, some of you guys, one of you guys, bring forth legislation that says that these new apartment owners and condos owners are keeping their word when they're saying they're going to add 15 to 20% of affordable rates. We need to hold them accountable. I don't mind being on the board to do so, but you guys need to pass meaningful legislation to do that if you care about affordable housing. I would also love to see recognition. I don't mind, people being recognized for different things, but many of you black city council are born and raised in Atlanta. You're familiar with the Atlanta children murders. It's time to find those parents and get them in here and give them your condolences. There was a time that Atlanta was in real tragedy, and a lot of our young black boys and girls was murdered in Atlanta. So why can't we recognize them? I love the plans we give everybody else, but we have had a very bad atrocity in Atlanta, and we need to recognize those parents that have lost those babies. And now, last before I go, Mr. Shipp, we got about 6 new council members. Alex Warren, you back. Now, here's the thing that I want to see. Now, when I look up here, this is the most intelligent council that I've seen since I've been in Atlanta. I'm born and raised here. We have about 8 people on council that can make some stuff happen. If you feel we have a weak administration, I see about 8 of y'all where we can get a vote to do what we need to do in this city. Like, we don't need no cowards on council no more. Mr. Winston, I don't know you, but I was told to support you. And I don't know what you're doing so far, but I would love to see you stand up. I know my brother Antonio Moore is going to stand up. Mr. Bond, Boone, Marcy, Matt, hey, man, we got to stand up. I know many of you guys have many aspirations outside council. And you know you're going to need the black support. You're always going to need the financial dollars to be elected, but you have more voters than you do donors. So we cannot play around with this, man. We can't get in here on the back of the people and get out here and forget. Like, we got to do something, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hassan yielded time, so next will be Tracy Thornhill with 4 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tracy Thornhill. I'm the president of ASME Local 1644. I was sitting here earlier, and I watched somebody, one of the council members, say that Chief Bryant came back to save Atlanta in a time when the crack epidemic had came up. So today, not quite an epidemic, but we're in a pandemic. And I'm asking City Council to save your employees. Save the employees that went out there and did great things and worked. They dumped trash. They fixed lights. They fixed water mains. They worked out at the airport. Save those employees that came in here leaving their families when everybody else was locked down. I know for a fact that this is the City Council to do it. I've been here 33 years. I've seen City Council. Never seen a City Council quite like this. Right now, I hope it's a compliment. If I have to come back in 7 or 8 months and I ain't seen nothing, it ain't gonna be that nice. I think we got a mayor that wanna do some things. I told somebody the other day, I think he's a little bit different. I was riding out on my route last week, and just so happened I looked over, I saw him outside watering his lawn. Now, believe me, I've been all over the city, and I'm all over the city every day of the week. Never seen a mayor working in his yard. All the way back from Camel to Jackson to young, never seen what I'm out there doing it. So this tells me that this mayor is a hands-on mayor. And just like he was watering his lawn that day, he need to take care of his employees, because we tired of seeing our employees leave and go somewhere else because they say they don't feel like they're being respected. We're tired of seeing them leave and go somewhere else because they say they're not being treated with dignity. We want them to get a meaningful raise. We want them to get something that's going to sustain them. We got gas that's $4.19 a gallon right now. I got employees calling out right now. They're saying they can't afford to come to work. How does that sound? How does it sound? It don't sound right to me. 33 years, I've never had to call in and say, man, I just ain't got enough gas to make it all the way to Friday. We got a problem here. We got to fix it. This city council right here got to fix it. This mayor got to fix it. This council president got to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Anthony Hudson.
Thank you. So precious is the Constitution's thought and support of press that it is the only vocation mentioned. So precious as it says that you shall not hinder the free press. I've been a press and producer, technical producer for over 30 years in many syndications. And last December of 2020, I was told by Patricia Creighton, who runs People's TV, that if I paid, my programs that my masters would be on TV by the runoff election. And so I paid, and that didn't happen. There was no discussion or communication that it wouldn't happen. And so I lost favor with my sponsors, because for 30 years I've been the man who say what I mean and mean what I say and follow through technically. So lost the sponsors, but also lost all of my masters, which are very expensive to make. We know that you had recently had an audit, a technical producer such as myself went in and saw it was woefully inadequate, only having like one TriCaster, lights at problems. The ethical professionalism there has been aborted, and even people who stand on the Sunshine Law that says, let me get these records, are told, hit the road, Jack, asshole, excuse me, is what the language says, and don't come back no more. So we need some accountability, because the compliance to federal laws have been violated. And I've already sent information over a year ago and have gotten no response from City Hall, and expect it.
Thank you. Next will be Ken Roebling.
Mr. President, council members, I have been silent a long time. I can be silent no longer. In recent weeks, we have seen killings in grocery stores and elementary schools. How did this happen? Could it be that a couple of teenagers were unhappy with their young lives and decided to take it out on defenseless people and children? It is easy enough to go out and purchase a war weapon, load it with a 30-round magazine of bullets, and start shooting. How could they do that? Well, the laws that our elected officials wrote allow them to. They can go in, buy a weapon, and they are all set. Do you feel safe going to the store? Do you feel comfortable sending your children to school? If you do not feel safe or comfortable, you can do something about it. There is an election in November, and you can vote out of office the people who put your lives in danger. It is your right to feel safe. It is your right to feel comfortable in attending and sending your children to school. If you are still alive in November, vote the cowards out of office. Freedom is not free. You must stand up for it.
Time has
and
expired.
Vote to repeal the Second Amendment of the Constitution. It's obsolete and it's killing us.
Thank you. The next several people have yielded time. Tim Frazon, Ahalo Jeffrey, Martha Parker. So we will now hear from James Davenport.
Thank you for allowing me to be in your presence, as my late brother would say. My name is James Davenport. I'm going to try to be quick today. I came before you twice before begging for Lyft rides for senior citizens. I will be back here every time you meet. I will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow. We got people being gunned down in New York City on trains. I cannot stand to see a senior citizen being gunned down. I don't even like the fact that Ms. Darden has to come up here and be lied to over and over again. She's a senior citizen, people. You all have mothers. You all have fathers. Take time to think about what we are asking. We asking for you all to protect the people who paid taxes for 30, 40, 50 years. You all sit up and you smile when we speak, but you get back in chambers and it does not matter again. It does not matter again. Ms. Boone, I want to ask you, when do you expect the water sample for Darien Village? And how many units were sampled? There are people, I understand, who are sick. One young lady just got out of the hospital yesterday. I doubt if you know it. I don't know exactly what it was from, but I suspect it was because of the water. You all don't pay attention. You all do not pay attention to the cries. I'm riding yesterday and I see $800,000 to $1 million for units. Units small enough. Come on, man, please. Y'all pay attention to what's going on. We're not sleeping anymore. People aren't speaking up. It's sad.
Time has expired.
It's sad. It's past sad. You all need to pay attention to the voters. You know, it's bad out there as it is. I do understand, Mr. Shipman, but please do me one favor. The next time that you stop somebody from clapping, stop everybody. When we clapped for that debate team, you did not say a thing. You pick and choose for who you're allowed to clap.
Time has expired.
This is not a prejudice situation. This is serious, y'all. People are fed up. Why y'all think people are acting out like they're doing? People are fed up. You might want to pay attention. Thank you.
For clarification, acknowledgments during proclamations are an exception to the council chamber rules. We would appreciate that we would not have outbursts during the council public comment or during the regular course of session. Next, we'll have Tanya Washington. Due to yield to time, you have 6 minutes.
Exhibits I'd like to share. With whom should I share them? And it is my understanding that it is protocol that if I require additional time, someone may yield me additional time, who's on council. Is that possible? So if I need additional time, I hope one of you would be willing to give me that. It's been 5.5 years that we've been dealing with this matter, so I think an additional minute or two is warranted. I am here today. It hurts me to have to hear my neighbor, because I have a mother and a father, and I would hate for them to be in this circumstance with me. Let me tell you why we're here and how we got here, so that everyone understands. It is my understanding council is not allowed to speak to me, so I came to speak to council, so that clarification can be made about how we got to this point. I'm a Harvard-trained lawyer of 27 years. 20 of those years have been spent in the classroom teaching law. One of the classes I teach is civil procedure. So, Mr. Faroki, you know that was your favorite class in law school. We teach the rules. Everything lawyers do are supposed to be done in compliance with the rules. So when there was flooding again in 2012, and the reason there's flooding in people's towns, not so much that it's shaped like a bowl, but it's a result of overdevelopment, neglectful maintenance, and highways, right, that decimated Southeast Atlanta. Stadiums that took up permeable space so the water can't flow down into the ground the way it organically should. So now, yes, we have flooding. But even when you have flooding, if you're going to use eminent domain, you follow the rules. The commissioner of the Department of Watershed at the time that this project was initiated was Macrina. Commissioner Joanna Macrina, who will be in federal court in October because she's been indicted for stealing at the very time that she was advancing this initiative. She and then Mayor Reed decided that the solution to the problem was to take the entire block of homes. Now, let me tell you what the rule is with respect to the use of eminent domain. It can only be used for a public purpose, and if that public purpose is an engineering use, you are supposed to have engineering data to support it. Not design data. This is what I've learned in my 5.5 years as a subject matter expert on engineering. You need modeling, mathematical calculations to establish how much space you need to correct the problem, based on the topography, based on water flow, all of those things. That's the design footprint, not what you do within the footprint, but how much space do you need. That doesn't change. The design can change. The footprint doesn't change. So they decided they needed a perfect square block. It doesn't happen like that, folks. That's not how any of this works. You do your modeling, and the modeling tells you how much space you need. So in 2013, you see an email from Kim Palmer, now Kim Scott. She was the project manager. She was the person who would have to sign off to say, let's move forward. Her message was clear. We don't have the technical data to support the taking. That didn't change. That was in 2013. They promoted her. I know because I did an open records request and got her personnel file and I looked at it. She had been here 7 years. Model employee. They promoted her. She still was asking for the data. They fired her in September of 2014. October 2014, Carla Smith, District 1 representative, big fan of this plan, walked the ordinance in, and what was listed was not addresses to indicate people live there, it was parcel numbers. And many city council members who voted on that told me they didn't know people lived in those houses when they voted to approve the use of eminent domain to take them. So that was the first lie. I'm sorry, that was the second lie. The first lie was not having the engineering data in the first place. The second lie was presenting it as if people didn't live in those parcels. Move forward to so City Council passes the ordinance in 2014. 2016, we're sued. We have no legal title to our homes. For 4.5 years, I continued to pay my mortgage to Bank of America. You see the second document I gave you is the court order saying that the bank could come and take its money out of escrow. The money that was placed in escrow when they took legal title to the home, the bank, as the lien holder, went and took its $128,000. The city reports it as, oh, Tanya received $128,000. Tanya didn't receive any money. I couldn't stop the bank from taking that money, and the money did not flow through me. The bank went to the court. You see the court order. We've been in court. Will someone grant me some additional time,
Time has expired.
Please.
Mr. President, the protocol of our rules of council allow, I would like to yield time to Ms. Washington.
Any objection?
Thank you, Councilman Dozier, and thank you, Councilman.
2 minutes from Mr. Dozier. 4 minutes, 6 minutes.
Thank you. So we go to court. They sued us all separately so that we wouldn't be able to work together. But we worked together anyway. We had 2 lawyers representing 2 of us and 2 lawyers representing the other 2, and we worked together because it was a shared wrong that we were experiencing. So in court, we're asking, where's the modeling? We're asking the same question that Ms. Palmer, now Scott, was asking, where is the modeling? My engineers, when we hired them, said, if they have the modeling, the only thing we can do is tell the truth, and you have to go. If the modeling shows that you have to leave, you have to leave. So we asked for the modeling. In 2016, we asked for the modeling. In 2017, we asked for the modeling. In 2018, we asked for the modeling. In 2019, in 2020, in 2021. Finally, December 2021, we're in Fulton County Superior Court. The judge says to Makita Browning, who is the current commissioner of the Department of Watershed, do you have the modeling? Yes, sir, I do. Well, could you give it to the other side because they seem not to have it? And we'll come back to court and finish considering whether this was a lawful taking in compliance with the rules. Finally, March 2022, our engineers were granted the opportunity to do an on-site inspection at the Department of Watershed. And what they discovered was worse than what I anticipated. I thought there was nothing. And it's hard to prove a negative. But what we found in writing, these aren't our documents, this is city documents. What we found in writing is that they didn't do the modeling until 2018. You took houses in 2016. You passed an ordinance in 2014, and you did modeling after the fact? If this creates a precedent, no one in Atlanta is safe because they can take your home and then reverse engineer the justification. That's not following the rules. That's not fair. That's not right, and it's not legal. So what we have been asking for is our homes. You heard my neighbor say, give us our homes and leave us alone. This isn't about money. We owe, between the 2 of us, over $600,000 in engineering fees and lawyers' fees. You know how much it costs to litigate for 5.5 years? But we did it, and because we did it, we found out that we were right. And, as I tell my students, it's not enough to be right. You have to be able to prove it. We can now prove it. So last Friday, I get a call from my attorney. The city offered you $1,037,000. That's what they said. $1,037,000. I don't know where those numbers came from. Nobody asked for any invoices. It's an odd number. That's not what we asked for. That's not what the mayor promised on the campaign trail. He didn't say, you can stay for the winter. because it's cold. He said, we'll build the park and pond around the remaining homes. It wasn't a seasonal stay. It was a stay. That he would fix the flooding and leave the families. So this is bigger than me. This is bigger than Mrs. Darden. This is Peoplestown, USA. We have billions of dollars coming down the pike for infrastructure projects. Where are we going to do the work? Are we going to choose the usual suspects to bear the brunt of the work that needs to be done to fix our crumbling infrastructure? Are we going to ask seniors and legacy residents of this city to be the ones to sacrifice one more time for the good of the order? Or are we going to do the right thing? Which is what our mayor promised. He is data-driven and evidence-based. Don't do it because you feel sorry for us. Do it because the data shows you never needed to take the homes. You can fact-check that timeline I gave you. You can fact-check it. So the next time the people from the law department try to mischaracterize the facts or engage in character assassination and make this about one angry woman who's standing in the way of progress, you'll understand the facts. The fact is they took our homes and they didn't follow the rules. So you want to point to flooding and say that's a justification? It is a justification if you follow the rules. So the question now is, are you all going to double down on this wrong? Or are you going to correct it? Please fix this. This is too much time and too much energy for residents and for city government. This is our third mayor. I believe he's a man of his word. And the data and the evidence support him making good on his promise to fix the flooding and leave the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Micah Hasbin. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hello. I think you all know me, but my name is Micah Herskind. I'm with the Southern Center for Human Rights and the Communities Over Cages campaign. All good? Okay. And I first just want to say that we are in full solidarity with the residents of Peoplestown and everyone else you've already heard talking about the housing crisis that is manifesting in so many ways in this city. And I want to say that when it comes to the crisis of affordable housing or eminent domain, the fact that so many people are being pushed out of their homes, whether because they're priced out, pressured out, pushed out by the city, or policed out through criminal records that lead to evictions, that is all deeply connected to the struggle to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and to provide services rather than punishment for our neighbors, and especially for our neighbors who are homeless or poor or are in and out of homelessness. You've heard at various points plenty about the Atlanta City Detention Center and why we should close it, and you'll continue to hear more about it tomorrow night at the budget hearing. But for now, I just want to highlight 2 points that I think are really important that I hope you'll take with you into the budget hearing tomorrow. So first, the proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year for the Department of Corrections and the jail is about $16 million, which is a $2 million increase from last year. And that is despite the jail holding only roughly about 30 people per night. And so when you do that math, that puts an annual price tag of about $530,000 per person per year to hold someone in the jail. And if you break that down to a nightly cost, that's about $1,500 per person per year. That's a month's rent for a lot of people or more. This is really just a staggering amount of money and city resources, an enormous waste of public tax money that is spent on jailing those who are arrested. Again, those who are held in ACDC are arrested on ordinance violations, which are city charges, or on traffic offenses. And so for that reason, we're calling on you to zero out the budget for the jail this year and finally finish the work that was started so many years ago. And second, on that point, I want to quickly reiterate for any council members who, maybe are confused or have doubts about how we actually go about shutting down the jail. I want to make clear that this is already a path that has been charted by many experts and with significant community input over the course of several years. So just to name a couple of them, the Vera Institute for Justice conducted a year-long study of ACDC and released a report last year detailing how to safely close the jail within 3 months, laying out the timeline, the steps that need to be taken, the changes to APD, SOP, the broad range of changes that need to happen. Similarly, the Close the Jail Task Force met for over a year and released detailed policy, programmatic, and building recommendations for, again, how to take this building and transform it into a center for resources. Likewise, the city contracted with Bloomberg Associates over the past couple years to further study and provide technical assistance on how to close the jail. And so all of this to say, we have significant resources already behind how we actually go about closing the jail. It's not going to be difficult or a mystery. We don't need another year-long task force. We have the path laid out, and we really just have to walk it. And I'll just close by saying, I think the opportunity to close the jail is a many birds, one stone opportunity. So not only can we begin to end the criminalization of homelessness and poverty in Atlanta, but we can also begin to address so many of the root causes of harm that we see in our city. So we can provide genuinely affordable housing. We can reinvest the money from the jail into things that can actually let people keep their homes. We can better resource our communities and create a new community space in the heart of Atlanta. We can expand pre-arrest diversion and really so much more. So I hope, again, you'll hear from many of us tomorrow night at the budget hearings, but I hope that you will take this opportunity to close the jail. We're thankful to the members of the City Council who are already working with us on getting this through, and we hope that the rest of you will join us. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Adrian Coleman. Due to yielded time, 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Tanya, I've been through 3 mayors as well. My name is Adrian Coleman Tyler, and I'm here today to speak to Ordinance 22-1393, which is an ordinance to reinstate the contract with People TV, the public access operator for the City of Atlanta since 1986. March of this year, the Office of Administration came before City Utilities and announced on March 15th that they had taken control of the public access station from People TV and that they were going to be installing the infrastructure similar to DeKalb County, which is a remote upload infrastructure whereby you can upload directly to DeKalb County's public access channel, and the city was going to invest in that infrastructure. They put forth a six-phase plan to the CUC. That was not a new plan. They actually announced that. The administration, Ms. Lenise Harris, presented that to the CUC back in 2019. In 2020, the City of Atlanta invested $20,000 and got the Buskey Group as a consulting firm that came and did virtual meetings with organizations and citizens. They had 4 virtual meetings and got community input in that. Joyce Shepard demanded that it go through the MPU system. And Ms. Harris put forth a plan that would take Atlanta Public Access into a robust community media platform. Our mayor has introduced midnight basketball. What I want for my community, I live in District 4, Oakland City, I want midnight app development. I want technology centers. Reverend Orange Park, I want computer systems available for our children that have Minecraft on it. Okay? I want to teach people Adobe Photoshop. Okay? Adobe Premiere. I want to teach them how to edit. I looked at the mayor's transition report, and number 4 on his list for neighborhoods is revitalize structures to elevate neighborhood voices. Councilman Bond, I know you're very familiar that in 1980s, Mayor Jackson and the council at that time set up 2 of the primary structures for elevating neighborhood voices, the NPUs and public access television. That infrastructure has sustained for over 35 years. So what are we doing? We're about to reinstate it and give it back to People TV, and I love People TV, the framework, the legislative framework of that. But what you should know is that institution today is not what it was back in 1995. I would want to tell you that the budget that you're approving, Ms. Harris said $180,000 is not enough to support a community media center that's accessible to everybody, to be able to come with two primary missions. People TV's mission is to train citizens on television production and provide them with studios, equipment, software to be able to do that. The broadcast engineer for the city of Atlanta came before you and told you that he visited that institution on multiple occasions and it is subpar conditions. They don't have post-production equipment. They don't have location equipment. The heating system at People TV hasn't worked for 5 years. Every system of purview in this city has failed People TV. Now, what I'm disappointed about is that it has gone before CUC and not one city council member has asked the question, how does my community benefit? I agree. I want it back in the hands of the people. But my question is, what are we doing? So I'm going to give you the numbers that Ms. Creighton in Public Records has provided. October 26 is out there on the standing committee for CUC. There's a report out there. At that time, 6 months into the contract, she reported 6 producers, 6 people actually producing programming at that channel.
Time has expired.
She reported 1 workshop, 1, and that only 1 person had attended that workshop. Please allow me 1 minute.
Time has expired.
Michael, would you award me
No, we're not.
2 minutes, please?
Two minutes, that's it.
Thank you. And I asked Councilman Bond to make this because it's important. The public access channel, thank you. The public access channel is supposed to be accessible. The mission is in the title, public accessibility. The cost right now is $250 to put programming on the channel. Cost citizens $250 to take a workshop. I asked Michael because back in 2012, his uncle and I walked into People TV after it had been closed. Mayor Kasim Reed required People TV to give a contract. You have to restructure the board. You had to submit that to the mayor, and we had to come back in and do a strategic plan. Your uncle and I walked into People TV January of 2013. The board of directors of People TV at that time put a motion to charge $25 flat fee, $25 application fee, regardless of how much program. Your uncle said to the board, it ain't public access if it ain't free. It is now $250. We have actually built into this institution discrimination and bias. I'm here today to ask Councilman Shook, I talked to him earlier today, I'm here to ask you to refer it back to committee so that it can have the due diligence that it needs to do. I support it going back to the people, but we have to really take a closer look. How are we going to mitigate the problems, the facilities? It doesn't have any equipment. So how do we mitigate that? The administration needs to tell us, you find these problems, what is your mitigation plan to bring it up to standard? I thank you so very much for your time today. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next was Allison Johnson, who yielded time, so we'll hear next from Ali Abdulrab.
Good afternoon, council members. I have these documents that I'd like to pass out to each one of you, if that's possible. Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Ali Abdurrab. About 10 months ago, my sister was followed home and eventually kidnapped in front of her home in East Atlanta. That same morning, she was murdered by a known registered sex offender who goes by the name of DeMarcus Brinkley. About 2 weeks after that incident, we found out that this individual was not leveled correctly or even at all. If you go to the sex offender registry website, you can see his name and how he is not leveled at all. After we did some research on his past crimes, he deserved a sexually dangerous predator level, which he did not receive. So I believe if he actually got leveled by the organization that handles leveling, my sister would still be here. So my friends and family, we have created these two policies that Ms. Keisha Waits volunteered to help with the resolutions. They help identify sex offenders in businesses, and also they will monitor sex offenders until they are leveled properly. In 2019, the Georgia Supreme Court got rid of ankle monitors for some reason. I believe that should be reinstated. So,
time has expired.
Am I able to have a couple more minutes from the council, please?
Given that Miriam, how her murder took place and the messaging of this and the fact that she lived in my district, I'd like to give an additional 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes.
Thanks, Council. So, at the beginning of this year, actually, we worked with investigative journalists from AJC, and we learned that there's actually a direct correlation with the people that are put on probation and parole and how they continue to commit more violent crimes. Since June 2018, Georgian felons under the state supervision have been linked to more than 3,500 cases of violent crime. 680 of them are homicides, just about, and the 670 sexual criminal acts. So it doesn't just stop at sex offenders. The problem even is with these other criminals who are put on probation that continue to commit more crime. And I know the mayor has created a small division to handle repeat offenders, but after talking to these investigative journalists, I know it's not just a city problem, but it's a statewide issue. So I'm here to raise awareness on these problems and hopefully have support from everyone in this council. Ms. Bakhtiari and Ms. Waits actually recommended me to come in here to talk to everyone else about it. So I thank you guys for your time, and I hope to be back and raise more awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward, due to yield the time 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council. You know, normally when I come up here, I bring you greetings with some quotation, but I don't have a quotation today. I just have a direct message, which is Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, please stop lying. You see, last month, you sat here and told everybody that the reason why the city detention budget is $16 million is because we are paying Grady's water bill out of that. But you see, I have the budget right here. Nothing in there says anything about Grady's water bill. You'll have your time. Thank you. But you see, there's a pattern of this type of misrepresenting the facts to the public to try and muddy the issue, to try and muddy the waters. I remember when my late colleague, Marissa Dotson, sat at this podium and said, stop misrepresenting the facts. Stop lying about, at the time, legislation that you were planning to introduce to roll back bail reform here in the city of Atlanta. You continue to misrepresent the facts so that the public doesn't know what is actually happening with our Atlanta City Detention Center. But I'm here to set the record straight. But for many of those who have paid attention to Mr. Bond's career, there's a pattern of this type of lying. A simple Google search when you put in Michael Julian Bond and ethics violation, come up with so many different hits, different headlines. 300 ethics violations. I can't pay my $49,000 fine, which I found rather ironic because he actually wants people to sit in jail for nonviolent offenses because they can't pay their bail. Wow, the irony in that. But you see, we're going to speak to the facts. And the facts is that we have a $7 million payroll obligation for less than 30 people in the Atlanta City Detention Center. The facts are that we're paying nearly $530,000 per inmate, making it the most expensive correctional facility in the state for nonviolent people, not the people that killed Miriam. People who are homeless, people who have missed court over a traffic violation, people who drove on a suspended license, people who are not threats to our community. Yet you sit here and try and make it seem as though that the Atlanta City Detention Center is going to keep us more safe, but you provide no evidence of that. Matter of fact, nobody from the city has been able to provide any evidence that keeping the Atlanta City Detention Center open for its less than 30 incarcerated people is actually going to benefit the public safety here in Atlanta. The fact is that ACDC is a debtor's jail. It has been the history of that. The fact is that Sheriff Labatt is trying to manufacture a crisis over at Fulton County because there are folks at Fulton County who could go home that are not threats to the public. There are people who have been given a bond by a judge, and the sheriff has said, actually, no, you're going to stay in the facility longer, so that he can pressure you all to cave and giving ACDC over to Fulton County. The fact of the matter is that we have a Vera Institute report right here. All of you all have seen it. If you haven't seen it, I'll make sure it's available to your offices. That gives you a 90-day roadmap for how we can close this correctional facility. The other fact is that it's already on track to being something else, the Center for Diversion. The fact of the matter is that Councilmember Michael Julian Bond is not interested in public safety. What he's interested in is continuing mass incarceration. What he's interested in is keeping his friends employed over at the jail when they could go and do other things. What he's interested in is lying to the public consistently. What he's interested in is not adhering to the same rules that he wants everybody else over at ACDC to adhere to. That's what he's interested in. So please do not follow your colleague down the pathway of lies and destruction. Follow what you know is right, which is to close the city detention center. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bond, you were called out directly. I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrington Ward, you made a false statement. I have not lied. I stand behind the statement I made at the last meeting, and I was only corrected by our finance chair. It had been the case for decades that the Grady water bill was part of an arrangement with the city of Atlanta and Grady since the 1950s.
That's no longer the case.
Then I stand corrected. But
why didn't you correct that yourself? Why did I have to come down here and prompt you to correct?
Mr. Barrington Ward, you had your opportunity.
And I paid you the courtesy of listening quietly and carefully.
Your courtesy. That's what you're supposed to do. It's your job.
I paid you the courtesy. It's a Southern thing that my parents taught me. But apparently you might have missed the lesson. So I paid you the courtesy to listen carefully. At the last meeting, I was corrected, and the rest of the body was educated that it's no longer being charged to the corrections budget, but it's being charged to the non-departmental section of the budget. That had been the case for decades, and to the extent that I made a mistake, I stand corrected. I do not lie. My ethics charges are things that I owned. I self-reported to the state of Georgia. I reported myself.
Okay.
Because I believe in accountability. I do not believe in mass incarceration. When I was employed by the Corrections Department, I worked in what was called the Classification Office. I worked with former Judge Brown, who was head of the traffic court, when we had a traffic court, and I saw firsthand how not having a bond definitely impacted the lives of people who couldn't get out on traffic offenses for two reasons. One, the amount of the bond, and then the disposition of when the case would occur. Typically, because of the volume of traffic cases, it would be weeks before these individuals could see a judge. though under the state constitution, they had to see a judge within 72 hours for a bond hearing. I was the officer in charge of that. I made sure people got to that hearing so they could get out of jail. I made sure that the individuals who were locked in the jail as the classification officer got to the pretrial release officers, because most people don't realize that Atlanta had a signature bond program for almost 40 years prior to 2018. And the law that we passed in 2018 wiped that program out. And it not only wiped the program out, it wiped away the staff that supported the program to make sure that people who couldn't pay to get out of jail would have the follow-up to make sure that they came.
That is not true.
It is absolutely true.
That is not true,
You're
sir.
good at doing research. Do the research. That is why our chief judge came to the public safety meeting and gave a report about an executive order that if he hasn't issued it already, he's going to correct the egregious situation that's going on in our courts. And I'm going to leave you also with this. If people are not arrested, or if they're not charged with the municipal offenses, which are lesser offenses than state offenses.
Continue to misrepresent
If
the
they
facts,
are
Mr.
charged,
Bond.
if there's no municipal offense for spitting on the sidewalk, a law enforcement officer, and this is a proven case,
That is not true.
will give them a state charge.
That is not true.
That is true.
Okay.
Because that is exactly what happened when we
Why is
voted to
Pat here?
I listened to you carefully, sir. I didn't interrupt you. And I'd ask for the same courtesy. When we decriminalized marijuana in Atlanta, the state arrest for marijuana offenses that happened inside the boundary of the city of Atlanta, it went up 3 times over there at Fulton County. This is a very complicated problem dealing with the criminal justice system. No one fix is going to resolve the issue. And I've worked diligently over the years to make sure that we have sound policies to deal with what's going on in our community. I don't believe in mass incarceration, but I also don't believe in foolish Pollyannic policies that don't result in anything, like what I unfortunately voted for in 2018 for bail reform. Because now almost 2/3 of the people who get out of jail, they don't show up to court. But guess what? That very same law did away with the people who were responsible for helping them get to court. So it's complicated, Devin. And so that's my response. And I'll also close out. It is bad form to criticize people who've given you proclamations. So if you're going to
have a proclamation from
you did on the young black
you
and
gave
gay
a proclamation to an organization,
back
not to
in
me. I only
2010.
represent myself.
If you don't want to be my friend anymore, you can give my proclamation back. I can recycle the board and give it to somebody else.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go look for it.
Okay.
Mr. Bond, I would say I'm not sure we're short on proclamations around here, but with that said, next we'll move to Chris Brown.
Oh, man. Good evening. Good afternoon. Well, I want to address some sound policy. I come before you, as you know, that the city of Atlanta is continuing to experience a citywide surge in violent crime that is impacting every community and business district and commercial corridor throughout the city. I come before you to ask that the Councilmember Hillis and the members of Public Safety Committee, as well as members of Community Development and Human Services, Finance Exec, to revisit Resolution 21-R-3006 that authorized the body to conduct a feasibility study and compile comprehensive recommendations regarding the establishment of the creation of the Department of Public Safety and Wellness within the City of Atlanta that will formally coordinate and direct public safety and wellness efforts and for other purposes. We need this guidance and feasibility study to help address public safety, mental health, substance abuse, gun violence, and issues of social impact in the City of Atlanta. I have a second ask. Resolution 22-R-3006 that authorizes the, That's 22-R-3056, which was amended by the Honorable Councilmember Waits that amended the structure of the Public Safety Commission. This is a great piece of legislation that subsequently moved the appointment or the APAP designee. As the APAP Public Safety, which is the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, Public Safety Chair, and the APAP designee to this commission, I'm here to ask that we look at a friendly amendment that restores the appointment which brings value of community input to all 5 working groups versus the appointments to the select work groups that in the various zones. I thank you for your consideration. This input is very needed as APAP Public Safety mirrors what you guys do on committee. We've done an excellent job in listening to issues from Buckhead to Bankhead and to the communities in between. And so I just ask that you that this appointment will allow us to be a part of all 5 of those working groups, to be able to listen in and to give recommendations versus limiting the NPU appointees to the police zones without the rest of the community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Brown this morning, and I am in support of that amendment to the legislation. I would also like to announce to this body that we now have a quorum, and we'll be scheduling our first public safety meeting on the 30th, to which Councilmember Norwood has a number of recommendations that have been brought about through the Buckhead Safety Public Task Force. And so I'm very much in support of this amendment, and I will be introducing legislation in committee to support this, and I would just ask for your favorable support. It's not to weigh the legislation down. It simply provides the chair of public safety, a part of the APAP board, input regarding how we move forward. And
Thank you.
I'm in support of that, sir.
Councilmember Lewis, did you have something to add?
In keeping in a trend of giving 2 minutes to people, I just want to make sure I can offer 2 minutes to the brother at the stand right now.
I would accept. And I think the councilman...
So he has to give it to you, though.
I'm not sure he asked for any additional time. We have a very long agenda, Mr.
I know
Lewis.
you want 2 minutes.
Of course, I would always love to try to keep him out 2 minutes, but this 2 minutes would be good for us.
We'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Now, I just want to speak on a lot of things that was spoke on today as community come to give input before you, to allow the APAP as a bona fide body and that's putting a part of this charter to be able to help facilitate input and actually doing work of the committee for the community at large and helping you make decisions and making recommendations, and so that people who come before you pleading for mercy for different issues around public safety, that we find viable solutions. I ask that you all recognize this body by also encouraging people to come to this body. We send a lot of people to the various NPUs who are not familiar with the neighborhood planning units, who are not familiar with APAP, and I say by supporting, that means by also looking at the budget. We're in the budget process right now. We do receive money and funding, but there are things like, even for myself, like I pay for the website that provides service to educating people about what's going on, and I do that because that's my civic obligation. But please revisit and look at how we're funding the initiatives of engagement of citizens around the city to mitigate the fear of bad policy or the fear of miseducation or the fear of other things, but the people that's closer to the problems also have viable solutions. So I just ask that you give that consideration as well as we look at the budget moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Priscilla Smith.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I am a longtime resident of Atlanta and the Atlanta area. I pay property taxes and have for a few decades now. I run a business in underground Atlanta that's an art and music venue, and so I think I have a vested interest here. I came today because I heard a rumor that there might be an attempt to vacate the decision to build the police training facility near Entrenchment Creek Park, and I wanted to stand in support of that. Now, I don't know of vacating that decision. In the middle of climate crisis, in the middle of unprecedented flooding and weather change, to be cutting down even 80 acres of the 400 or so acres in that parcel that belongs to the city, but because it's out of our jurisdiction and is in DeKalb County, the residents close by have no say-so in what happens to that property. I came to stand in support of not building a police training facility that was going to poison the air, reduce the amount of oxygen that's able to be processed by trees and so forth, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen. But what I'm hearing as I'm standing here is a cry from a lot of Atlanta people saying, do the right thing. There are a lot of things that seem not to have been the right thing that have gone down in the past. We have a new administration that seemed to be on the campaign trail, very progressive and in favor of doing the right thing and making Atlanta a city livable for all kinds of people, which if you study anything about cities at all, you know that diversity is the key to a thriving city. We need all kinds of diversity of activities, of businesses, and so forth. So I'm here to say, please, do the right thing. It's obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Simone Gorgus. I'm sorry. Please correct me in pronunciation of your name.
Hello, my name is Simone Gurgis. I am the Executive Director and Board Chair of Decriminalize Nature Georgia. In the spirit of everything that I just heard, our community is in desperate need of healing. I brought with me Mother Jaguar, a local shaman that's been working with the Atlanta community to heal trauma for the past 13 years. We are here today to advocate for the decriminalization and equitable access of natural healing medicines such as psilocybin mushrooms. We are here to help pave the way to stop Atlanta residents from being incarcerated for the use of healing plants, representing thousands of Georgians, residents, and business owners. Our rapidly expanding movement is a diverse fabric of local veterans, physicians, lawyers, many law enforcement officers, scientists, therapists, computer programmers, musicians, artists, and educators, all of whom I've had the personal pleasure of communicating with directly. In my time leading this movement, I've heard their incredible stories about how natural plant medicines have helped them overcome their past traumas and mental struggles. Like many others struggling in the national and local mental health crisis, they have exhausted all other traditional avenues. People that are treatment resistant or suicidal have found healing in the therapeutic use of plant medicines like psilocybin mushrooms. Our movement is a national movement that has pushed legislation to decriminalize psilocybin in Denver, Colorado in May 2019, then Oakland and Santa Cruz, California in June 2019, and January 2020. Washington, D.C. quickly followed suit, as did Somerville, Cambridge, and Northampton, Massachusetts. In 2020, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize psilocybin, and recently Ann Arbor, Detroit, and Fairburn, Michigan.
Time has expired.
Can somebody give me one more minute? Anybody want to give me a minute? Thank you. I appreciate it.
1 minute.
In all those municipalities, there have been no adverse effects on the community or increase in crime related to these naturally occurring substances. As we have heard today in this meeting, since long before the pandemic, Atlanta residents and law enforcement alike have faced many traumas. People like Mother Jaguar want to heal our community. We shouldn't criminalize substances used to heal. Atlanta residents have faced enough. They should not be incarcerated for their choices in healing modalities and plant medicines that have proven very effective in treating trauma in clinical studies at reputable institutions like Johns Hopkins University. Our local movement is asking that we are not criminally prosecuted, let alone incarcerated, for possession of small quantities of psilocybin mushrooms which have no association with violent crime or gang-related activity, so that Atlanta residents can have access to the help they desperately need. We should not be at risk for incarceration for seeking our own spiritual healing through organic substances given to us by nature. Our suggested resolution is to expand the existing Atlanta possession of marijuana ordinance to include possession of psilocybin mushrooms. I hope this is a continuation of the conversation that state legislators have already begun when they introduced House Resolution 896 and will ultimately lead to the healing of our beautiful and powerful Atlanta community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The last person on the list today was Austin Hunter, who yielded time. So we thank all members of the public for coming forward today. Mr. Clerk, with that, would you give the report of the Journal?
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the May 16, 2022 council meeting are true and correct.
I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes. Moved by Mr. Bond, seconded by Ms. Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the adoption of the minutes? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. Please open the vote on the adoption of the minutes.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The minutes are adopted. Mr. Clerk, please proceed with communications.
22-C-5086, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, Extra Help. Staff recommendation to refer to Finance Executive.
Let it follow that's course.
22-C-5087, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report, Department of Watershed Management, Inventory, and Fixed Assets. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committee.
Let it follow that course.
Mr. President, if I can sound items 3 and 4 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5088, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. Jerry Gray to serve as a member of the License Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 22-C-5089, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. Lisa Morshauer to serve as a member of the Alcohol Technical Advisory Group, ATAG 3. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Mr. President, if I could sound items 5 through 6 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5090, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Ms. Samaya Ali to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the artist category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. 22-C-5091, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Mr. Jeffrey Martin to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
I can sound items 7 through 13 as a block, Mr. President.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5092, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Dr. Annie Adams to serve as a member of the Midtown Community Improvement District CID Board of Directors. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. 22-C-5093, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Ms. Cecilia Houston Torrance to serve as a member of the Piedmont Park Conservancy. This appointment is for a term of 1 year. 22-C-5094, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the May 9th, 2022 through May 13th, 2022 weekly contracts report. 22-C-5095, submitting the May 16th through May 20th, 2022 weekly contracts report. 22-C-5096, submitting the May 23rd, 2022 through May 27, 22 weekly contracts report. 22-C-5097, a communication from Municipal Clerk Forrest Webb III, submitting the report of an administrative correction made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of May 16th and June 6, 2022, to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-169 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances regarding 22-R-3351. 22-C-5098, a communication from Municipal Clerk Forrest Webb III and the Election Superintendent, submitting the certification and complete statement of votes cast from Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections regarding the special election held May 24th, 2022. Staff recommendation to accept and file all items.
Let all the items follow that course.
That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration today?
There is none, Mr. President.
Is there any unfinished business for consideration today?
There is none.
Thank you. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 1, which begins on page 6. These are items that are up for adoption. They are all on second reading. I would ask if there are any items that my colleagues would want removed from the consent agenda, Section 1. Sorry, I missed who moved and seconded. Mr. Wan moved adoption, seconded by Ms. Overstreet. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the adoption of the consent agenda, Section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the adoption of the consent agenda, Section 1.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Fourteen yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1, carries. I would now entertain a motion for any items that need to be moved post haste from the consent agenda. I'm happy to help anyone who wants to make that motion with which items are to move post haste. Yes, I believe the legislation numbers that have been requested to move post haste are 22-0-1391. That's item 5 on page 7. And also 22-R-3642 on page 12, item 7. Mr. Wan will move 22-0-1391 post haste as well as 22-R-3642 post haste. That was seconded by Ms. Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the move into post haste of the two items? Is there any objection to unanimous consent on that motion to move post haste? Mr. Clerk, please sound the unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Please hold. Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste on the two items is adopted.
And also, Mr. President, just for the edification of the listening audience, the recommendation was made by the administration at the President's Chair's meeting.
That's correct. This morning, Mr. Pace from the administration asked that those be moved post haste. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now move to the consent agenda, Section 2, which begins on page 22. These are items for first reading, so the motion is to refer. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, Section 2? There's a motion by Mr. Wan to refer all items. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Overstreet. Any discussion of the motion to refer the consent agenda, Section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
Please hold.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer Section 2 consent agenda is carried. We'll now move to the report of standing committees. We'll begin today with Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have one item, 22-0-1374, item 1 on page 28. A resolution by council members Marcy Colley Overstreet and Andrea L. Boone as amended by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute amendment number 1, cooperative purchasing agreement CP S121-0242, Everbridge Mass Notification Emergency Alert System with Everbridge Incorporated to add the Atlanta City Council as an authorized user and to add funding in an amount to be determined and budgeted for in the fiscal year 23 budget. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed herein, and for the purposes, this was favorable as amended on condition, and that condition was actually met in the committee meeting. So that is the motion of the committee.
There's a motion to adopt 22-R-3407 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3407. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
I do have one announcement. The Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee will hold a work session on Ordinance 22-0-1356, which is amending our nuisance code, Chapter 74, Article 5, Section 74-175. And that it will be held Wednesday, June 22nd at 10 a.m., Committee Room 1. Again, we'll have a work session, the Public Safety Committee will, on an amendment to the nuisance code ordinance, and that will be Wednesday, June 22nd at 10 a.m. in Committee Room 1. Thank you, and that completes my report.
Thank you, Chair Hillis. Next, we'll move to City Utilities Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have 4 items today, first of which is 22-0-1374, the substitute ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute amendment number 3 to existing task order, the number of which is indicated. It's an A&E and design, a service contract with Arcadis BPA, a joint venture between Arcadis and Brinley Peters to extend the term of the task order for a period not to exceed 8 months, retroactively effective February 8 of this year through October 7 of this year on behalf of Public Works, and to add funding to the task order in the amount not to exceed $650,000 in accordance with the sections of City Code that are indicated here. This comes forward favorably on condition that we receive a 5-year look back as to how much this firm has been awarded for this task. That information having been distributed, I will move approval.
There's been a motion to approve 22-0-1374. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve 22-0-1374.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Lewis, do you want to record a vote? I think you may have stepped out.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, please reflect Mr. Lewis's aye.
Duly noted. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt passes.
Thank you. Next item is 22-0-1393, an ordinance by members Amos, Boone, Waits, and Lewis is amended by Utilities Committee, waiving competitive procurement provisions contained in the sections indicated here to reinstate an expired agreement, public channel operation with People TV, Inc., on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Communication for the purpose of reinstating People TV, Inc.'s operation of public access television on behalf of the city to enter into Amendment Number 1 of the agreement to modify the term of the agreement to commence June 6th of this year and end June 5th of next year, with one option to renew for one additional year, and to add funds to the agreement in an amount not to exceed $180,000, all contracted work being charged to and paid from the sources indicated. This also comes forward favorably on the condition of receiving an update as to which entities are responsible for providing candidates for that board, and we have received that, and so I'll move approval.
There's a motion coming out of the committee. It doesn't need a second to approve 22-0-1393. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Mr. Bond.
I'm sorry. Just thank you, Mr. President. A question for clarity, Mr. Shook. So this returns control over People TV back to People TV?
Yes.
As the existing board?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, I guess we'll have other times to have the discussion, because I wasn't.
There's a great deal of board vacancies, and so, we were expressing our interest in finding out who needs to do what to populate that board.
All right. Well, I'll follow up with you on that.
All right, and it's been brought to my attention that I need to proffer an amendment to this, which would be as follows. In the fifth whereas, change May 31 to June 5th so as to be consistent with the language in Section 1.
There's a motion and a motion to amend and a second by Mr. Wan.
And in Section 2, there needs to be a change made in the account number, to update the account number.
Okay, so the amendment has two parts to it. Update the account number and update date to the date.
Correct. Thank you.
Seconded by Mr. Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move on the vote on the motion to amend. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. We're now back to the motion to adopt as amended.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1393 as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Bond, do you want to record a vote? Please record Mr. Bond's vote as a yea. Councilmember Waits is also a yes. Please reflect both.
Duly noted. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, next is 22-0-1412, an ordinance by members Norwood and Bond, authorizing the mayor or his designee to place a stop work order and to withhold a certificate of occupancy for 111 Valley Road due to city assets being jeopardized by the erosion of the Wolf Creek stream bank and for other purposes. At the author's request, this is up for filing today. That's my motion.
There's a motion to file. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-0-1412.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Finally, 22R3655 is a resolution by Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to the agreement, the number of which is indicated here. It's a contract for security guard services with Thorpe Building Services, Inc., All-in-One Security Services, Inc. It's a joint venture on behalf of Watershed Management to extend the term of the agreement month to month for a period of up to 9 months in amount not to exceed $2,563.20, subject to and expressly contingent upon the approval of the budget to correct the name of the party to the joint venture, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the account information listed. That also came forward with the condition that we receive information about the project, and we've been copied on that, and so I will move to approve.
22-R-3655, there's a motion to approve coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Community Development Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few items that are CDP papers whose applications have been withdrawn and so are no longer needed, and I'd like to take these items as a block, if you're okay with that.
Without objection, please proceed.
All right, the first item is Ordinance 22-0-1039, CDP-20-027, an ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 3065 Lyndhurst Drive Southwest and 0 Lyndhurst Drive Southwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. Next item is 22-0-1048, which is CDP-21-60, an ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 2387 Summit Avenue Northwest and 1107 First Street Northwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. And last is 22-0-1197, which is CDP 22-13, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend the land use element of the 2021 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to designate property located at 1134, 1146, 1147, 1152, 1162, 1165, 1166, 1172, 1177, 1178, and 1185 Oakville Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, and property located at 838, 842, 848, 854, 858, 864, and 868 Shadow Ridge Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, to the single-family residential land use designation and for other purposes. And so since these applications have been withdrawn, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to file items 1 through 3.
There's a motion to file 22-0-1039, 22-0-1048, 22-0-1197. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these three items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to file. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right. Next item is ordinance 22-0-1404, which is an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2022 CARES Act fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $22,513,368.85 awarded to the city pursuant to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program 1 reallocation from the United States Treasury, the total of which shall be utilized to respond to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 by providing emergency rental assistance to residents of the city of Atlanta and for other purposes. And this item advanced out of the CDHS committee favorable on condition. That condition was specifically asking for the United Way to provide reports on the compliance and monitoring of applications processed for emergency rental assistance. That condition was met and satisfied, and so I would like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1404 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Colleagues, before I close, I do have two CDHS-related announcements. The first, as I alluded to, the previous ordinance that we just adopted was related to United Way and CARES Act funding. United Way will actually be presenting before Community Development and Human Services Committee at our meeting on June the 28th. So I'm excited about that because I know many of us will have questions about that program. And then lastly, on Wednesday, June 8th, at 6 o'clock p.m. in this chamber, we'll be hosting our next CDP amendment public hearing. So I look forward to seeing members of the public for that meeting. And Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move to the Transportation Committee. Vice Chair Lewis will give the report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone, please turn to page 38 in your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee of Transportation. Council President, may I sound the first item? Oh, they got a new one. Council President, may I sound the first item, please?
Yes, please proceed.
And 22-01411, an ordinance by Council Members Mary Norwood and Michael Julian Bond, authorizing the mayor or his designee to remove the pedestrian respite at the intersection of Valley Road Northwest and West Paces Ferry Road Northwest, and for other purposes. My colleagues, this item was filed during the May 25th Transportation Committee meeting. The sponsor of this legislation requested that this item be filed. Motion is to file.
Motion coming out of committee is to file 22-0-1411. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to file. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file passes.
An ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Habersham Road Northwest from Roswell Road Northwest to West Andrews Road Drive Northwest and for other purposes. This item was also filed in the last Transportation Committee. It was a duplicate of ordinance number 22-01411. Motion to file.
The motion to file is coming out of committee for 22-0-1419. Is there any discussion on the motion to file?
Actually, President, Councilmember Bunn, he's going to request to remove an item from the held amendment.
Yeah, so let's, from this item or something else?
Transportation.
So let's deal with the motion to file and then we'll come to that. So we have a motion to file. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 22-0-1419? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Okay, so Councilmember Bunn will request to remove an item from the held with an amendment. So I'll defer to Councilmember Bunn.
Councilmember Bond, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to pull up item number 6 on page 39. And I have an amendment for it.
So, Mr. Bond, I'd entertain a motion to adopt, and then we can move to amend.
Oh, okay. We'll move approval.
So there's a motion to adopt 22-0-1274. Is there a second? Councilmember Bakhtiari seconds. So there's a motion to adopt 22-0-1274. Is there any discussion of the second's been withdrawing the second? Second's been withdrawn. Is there a second for the motion to adopt 22-0-1274? You can't.
I'll second. Lewis second.
Councilmember Lewis is seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt?
I have a
Mr. Bond?
motion to amend. Thank you. I have a motion to amend, and it should have been passed out to all the members or at least emailed to you. This is an amendment for ordinance 22-1274. Amends the legislation to extend the deadline for MARTA to provide the fare free analysis to the Transportation Committee and Finance Executive Committee from 90 days to 120 days. That make that motion.
So there's a motion to amend to change the time frame on the paper. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Lewis on the motion to amend. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move. Councilmember Overstreet.
Just trying to figure out what prompted the change. Who did you work with? Why are we changing that amount of time?
They just asked for more time.
Who is they?
The administration at MARTA and several other board members.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-0-1274.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend is adopted. We'll now move back to the motion to adopt 22-0-1274 as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Mr. Wan.
All right, thank you. So we had held this in committee because we wanted to hear from MARTA representatives as to their comfortableness with this, since we're asking them to do something. They were not at that meeting, and we held it. I don't know if they are here or not, but we're also not in committee of the whole, so couldn't hear from them to begin with. So I'm not sure I'm ready to move this forward. That said, if this does pass, it's going to then move into finance, where we will be in committee of the whole, and if MARTA is here at that point, I'll be ready. But I think it's important. Again, we held it in committee once for that reason. To me, that reason has not been satisfied, and I'd like to understand a little bit more before moving this forward.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lewis and then Mr. Bond. Mr. Lewis?
I'll let him go.
All right, Mr. Bond, you go first.
Well, thank you for raising those concerns, Mr. Wan, but I did speak with the chair of transportation. I have spoken with representatives from MARTA and the board. The paper's been held twice, so we're able to raise it up. They were, I believe, at the last meeting, they were going to offer this amendment at the last meeting. I don't know why that didn't happen, but MARTA is supportive. I've worked hand in hand with those in the CEO's office and with several of the board members. So we're ready to go.
Mr. Lewis.
And as vice chair, I will say that the chair came to me and told me that he was okay with this paper and that he talked to the people he was supposed to. But I was at that transportation meeting similar to today. I said on record, I like when MARTA's in the room when we're talking about MARTA issues. I was at the transportation committee when they didn't come, and we requested that they send people to our meetings, transportation and council meetings. They still are not. So, thank you.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1274 as amended. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you.
Back on me. All right, so this is in items removed from held. Oh, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We'll now move to the Finance Exec Committee. Because there was not a Finance Exec Committee, we're going to conduct the meeting as Committee of the Whole. So,
thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Wan?
I move that we go into the Committee of the Whole.
There's a motion by Mr. Wan to go into Committee of the Whole.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to move in Committee of the Whole? Without objection, we'll move into Committee of the Whole via unanimous consent. Any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on motion to move in Committee of the Whole.
$14 yeas, 0 nays, members present.
14 yeas, 0 nays. We're now in Committee of the Whole. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, we're on page 40 of the agenda. I'm going to try and move as quickly and efficiently as possible through this and ask your consideration and cooperation as we do this. So, first item is ordinances for first read. We have 4 items. I will sound those that require no action. Oh, no, actually, we do need to refer them. So, 22-01443, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to pay all outstanding invoices to Stewart Brothers, Inc. for FC 9662G Transportation and Infrastructure Construction Services for the milling and resurfacing of Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard on behalf of the Department of Transportation in accordance with Section 2-1163 of the Procurement and Real Estate State Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances in an amount not to exceed $505,952.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from various fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Item number 2, 22-01444, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute all documents necessary for the acquisition of certain property interests necessary for the Moores Mill multimodal roadway extension and transit layover facility project, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interest, authorizing title searches, appraisals, surveys, and any other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interest, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney, in the event negotiations are unsuccessful, to institute condemnation proceedings pursuant to section number listed, waiving certain provisions of Article 10, Real Estate and Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, all contracted work and payments for property interest to be paid from account numbers listed herein for other purposes. Item 3, 22-01445, ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to Cooperative Purchasing Agreement FC 8871, T-Mobile USA, Inc., wireless voice data services with T-Mobile USA, Inc., on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management, to add 1 year to the term of the agreement, effective July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and to add funding in an amount not to exceed $655,496.57. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes. And finally, number 4, 22-01446, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the FY 2022 Capital Finance Fund by creating a new project number in the Oracle financial system for personnel and operational expenses related to the administration of the Impact Fee Program, to amend the FY 2022 Capital Finance Fund by transferring appropriations to and from the accounts as shown herein, to amend future fiscal years' Capital Finance Fund budgets on a recurring annual basis as shown herein, and for other purposes. My motion is to refer to FEC.
There's a motion to refer the 4 items to FEC. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the 4 items? I would just remind the members that since we're in the committee of the whole, even if you're not on Finance Committee, it's still committee as a whole, everyone will be voting. Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to refer? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
All right. The next item is item number 5, 22-01344, an ordinance by Councilmember Howard Shook to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, Georgia laws, page 4469 at SEEK, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36-35-1 at SEEK, as amended by amending Part 1, Charter and Related Laws, Subpart A, Charter, Article 2, Legislative, Chapter 6, City Auditor, Sections 2-603, Powers and Duties, to provide for subsequent reviews of the implementation of the audit report recommendations and for other purposes. This has come back to us as the third read and final adoption of the Charter Amendment, and it is now before us. I'll put forward a motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1344 again. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Because this is a charter amendment, I'm going to ask for a full vote. So, Mr. Clerk, could you please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1344?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. Mr. President, I'd like to take the next 2 items together.
Without objection? Proceed.
All right, item number 6 is 22-01385, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to Cooperative Purchasing Agreement FC 9726, wireless communication devices, voice and data services with Verizon Wireless Services, LLC, on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management to extend the term of the agreement for 6 additional months to commence July 1st, 2022 and to end January 30th, 2023, add the Department of Customer Service, ATL 311, as an authorized user, and add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $2,401,331.63. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Item number 7, 22-01386, ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement number listed AT&T Network Voice and Data with AT&T Corp. on behalf of the Departments of Atlanta Information Management, Watershed Management, and Aviation, utilizing Georgia Technology Authority contract number listed for a term of 16 months and 16 days, retroactively commencing February 12, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, with 3 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $9,481,312.91. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Do we have anyone from AIM here to speak to these two pieces of legislation, please?
Good afternoon, council members. Jason Sankey, CIO, representing AIM. In the first ordinance, we're seeking an amendment to extend the term for additional 6 months to conduct market research as part of the competitive bid process. The services under that contract are used to support the voice and data wireless connectivity throughout the city, as well as to add customer service 311 to the contract. And the second ordinance, the contract will provide internet, voice, and data to support the daily operations throughout the city.
Mr. Sankey, I do have a question about the second item, the AT&T contract. Can you explain the retroactive piece, why we're doing this after the fact?
Yes, and actually it's really with both ordinances as reflected in the first one. There's a need to create some efficiencies in contract management. This is why we recently implemented the vendor management office. And this will help avoid these types of delays. We started, as an example, the second ordinance in August of 2021.
Okay, so that system will prevent, that process will prevent further, kind of retroactive actions?
That is correct.
Move approval of both.
All right, there's a motion from Shook to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Overstreet. I see, Mr. Lewis, I saw your hand. Was that a question, or did you want to? Was that a second on that? Okay. Are there any further questions from my colleagues on either of these two papers for Mr. Sankey? If not, then we're ready for the vote, please.
Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on a motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. Populating vote. (14 yeas, 0 nays).
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the two items passes. Before you continue, Chair Wan, Mr. Clerk, I think you wanted to correct the count on a previous vote.
Yes, Mr. President. The first vote that we took on the ordinances for first read that were referred back to Finance Executive, the unanimous consent vote should be 14 yeas, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Thank you for the correction. Chair Wan, please
All right.
continue.
Next item is number...
Before you continue, Mr. Lewis?
Similar to Marta, I just wanted to know if the CTO is available to answer any of these questions.
Thank you.
As we move through papers, we can ask ask the CTO if they're available. Chair Wan, go ahead.
All right. Next item is number 8, 22-01387, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management to pay all outstanding invoices for services performed by BGR2 JV, a joint venture of Black and Beach Corporation, River to Tap Inc., and Gresham Smith and Partners LP for services rendered pursuant to Task Order Number 92 for FC 7383C, Architectural, Engineering, and Design Services from October 30th, 2021 through March 15, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $464,648.02. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Is Mr. Vaccaro here to... Oh, no. Here. Sorry.
Good afternoon, President Shipman, Chair Wan. My name is Kathy Martin. I am the Deputy Commissioner of Administration for the Department of Watershed Management. D.C. Vaccaro is absent today, and the Commissioner is on an emergency. This particular ordinance, sir, is to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to appropriate funds to pay the outstanding invoices in the amount not to exceed the $464,648.02. On June 1st, 2021, Task Order 92 was issued to this joint venture, who was a architectural and engineering firm under the contract FC 7383C, Citywide Architectural, Engineering, and Design Services. The JV was responsible for providing construction management services at the Entrenchment Creek WRC and the South River WRC primary clarifiers. The term of the Task Order 92 was extended to June 30th, 2024 under Amendment Number 1 that was executed on December the 12th, 2021. The overall contract, FC 7383C, expired on February 7th, 2022. Therefore, the Department of Watershed Management terminated that task order and has elected to take over and self-perform the construction management services. The legislation is to reimburse for the term as indicated for the unpaid invoice from October 30th, 2021 through March 15th, 2022. Subject to any questions, that is my response to your report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll put forward a motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt, seconded by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. 22-0-1387. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, thank you. The next item is 22-01388, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to amend Ordinance 19-01452 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on September 3rd, 2019, and approved by operation of law on September 12, 2019, for the purpose of adding additional funding source and for other purposes. Colleagues, the council member whose district covers the area of this work has requested that we file this paper, so I'll make a motion to file.
Second.
There's a motion to file by Councilmember Juan. I'm sorry, who seconded? Shook. Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to file 22-0-1388? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Without objection, we'll carry this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to file? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to file.
13 yeas, 0 nays, members present.
13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
All right, next item is 22-R1389, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to amend Section 146-26, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta so as to change the ad valorem tax rate of real and personal property for the general levy, debt levy, city parks levy, school operating levy, school debt levy, the special tax district levy, the Atlanta Beltline Special Service District levy, and the solid waste special service district levy to provide that the tax rates established herein shall remain fixed each year until amended or repealed and for other purposes. Colleagues, this will need to be held pending final adoption of the rates in August, so I'll make a motion to hold.
Motion to hold by Mr. Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Winston.
Holding committee.
The motion is to hold in committee. It's seconded by Mr. Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold in committee 22-0-1389? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent to the motion to hold in committee? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to hold in committee.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee carries.
All right, 22-01390, an ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to amend Chapter 114, Personnel, Article 4, Classification Plan of the Code of Ordinances, City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to provide for certain position abolishments, creations, reclassifications, class creations, above entry authorizations, employee position transfers, position funding allocation changes, and other personnel actions in line with the FY 2023 budget and for other purposes. Colleagues, there is a substitute that you should have access to that actually replaces the shell paper that was there before, so I'll make a motion to substitute or amend by bringing forward, amend by substituting.
Second.
There's a motion to amend with the substitute by Mr. Juan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend via the substitute? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to amend via the substitute? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend via the substitute passes.
All right, now that the substitute is before us, I'll make a motion to hold, and the reason being we'll have the personnel paper presented this week, and then we'll take this up in the next Finance Executive Committee cycle. So move to hold.
Second.
There's a motion to hold 22-0-1390 is substituted by Mr. Juan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold in committee, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
We can adopt the motion to hold via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to hold in committee.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in committee passes.
Mr. President, I'd like to take items 12, 15, and 16 together, please.
Any objection? Please proceed.
All right, item 12 is 22-01405, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroqi authorizing the transfer of $7,500.00 from the Council District 2 carry-forward account to the Council District 2 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes. Item 15 is 22-01420, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the District 11 carry-forward account to Cascade United Methodist Church to support the Smart Lunch, Smart Kid initiative with the Black Rose Foundation for Children, Inc., and for other purposes. And 22-01423, this is item 16, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the transfer of $2,000.00 from the Council President expense account to the Council President distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes. I'll move to adopt all three items.
Second.
Motion to adopt all three items by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these three items? We can adopt these via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to adopt these three items? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these three items carries.
All right. Item number 13, 22-01406, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2022 budget by transferring appropriations from the Department of Enterprise Asset Management general fund budget and adding appropriations to the Department of Enterprise Asset Management Capital Finance Fund in an amount not to exceed $727,745.00 for facility improvement assessments, multiple facility security upgrades, multiple facility HVAC upgrades, cafeteria upgrades, and renovations and newsstand upgrades and renovations, and for other purposes. So is Commissioner Santil here to speak to this? Or is anyone from Asset Management here to speak to this? Mr. President, I'd like to put this to the side in hopes that someone will show up. I'm not comfortable moving this forward without someone from the administration speaking to it.
Okay.
All right.
We'll hold it. We'll put it to the side for the moment.
All right. So that's item number 13. Okay. Item number 14. This is 22-01408, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to pay sick leave bonuses in an amount not to exceed $1,250,000.00 due to eligible City of Atlanta employees in accordance with Chapter 114, Article 4, Sections 114-416C1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, and for other purposes. It's my understanding from the administration, having spoken to the author of this paper, that we will hold this. So I'll make a motion to hold.
Second.
Motion to hold 22-0-1408 by Mr. Wan, a second by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to hold? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to hold.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays. I stand corrected. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold carries.
All right, the next item is item 22-01424, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to provide for the annexation of property located at 1195 University Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30306, into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, pursuant to the 100% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Department of Community Affairs of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes. Motion is to hold as the companion papers move through their respective processes.
There's a motion
to hold.
Second.
There's a motion to hold by Mr. Wan, 22-0-1423, 1424, and a second by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to hold? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to hold? Hearing no objection, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to hold.
Unanimous consent of members present, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold carries.
All right, next item, 22-01427, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, supplementing that certain 29th supplemental bond ordinance, 22-01271, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on May 2nd, 2022, and approved by the Mayor on May 2nd, 2022, to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue Bond Series 2022A, non-AMT, the Series 2022A bonds, to Airport General Revenue Bond, Series 2022B, AMT, the Series 2022B bonds. 3, Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Bonds, Series 2022C, non-AMT, the Series 2022C bonds. And 4, Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue Bonds, Series 2022D, AMT, the Series 2022D bonds. And together with the Series 22A bonds, the Series 2022B bonds, and the Series 2022C bonds, the Series 2022 bonds within certain parameters previously established by the city, including the original aggregate principal amount, interest rates, maturity amounts, maturity dates, redemption provisions, and debt service reserve requirement with respect thereto, affirm satisfaction of the additional bonds test with respect to the Series 2022 bonds, ratify certain prior actions of the City Council and certain officers and agents of the city with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2022 bonds, ratify and approve the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, ratify and approve the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement and the execution and delivery of a final official statement in connection with the offer and sale of the Series 2022 bonds, provide an effective date, and for other related purposes. Colleagues, we are going to address this at our June 9th special call meeting. So with that, I'll make a motion to refer with no recommendation, and we'll get a final substitute with more details by then.
Second.
There's a motion to refer by Mr. Wan and a second by Mr. Shook, 22-0-1427. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to refer?
Council member?
Yes, Mr. Bala.
So this paper needs to be approved in FEC and then referred from full council to the special call meeting. It needs an action of FEC Committee of the Whole for approval. And then it needs to be referred to the special call meeting that's on the 9th. We price on Wednesday, the 8th, and the pricing parameters will be discussed on Thursday, the 9th.
All right, I'll revise my motion accordingly, so the motion will be to approve. Will there be a substitute? Mr. CFO, when would the substitute be presented to us?
Yes, on the special call meeting, you will receive the final pricing ordinance with the corresponding rates.
Second. Okay. So I've revised my motion to approve, and Mr. Shook has seconded it.
So there's a motion to approve 22-0-1427 by Mr. Wan and a second by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, we're going to take Mr. Amos.
Just point of clarification, I also heard inside that motion special call meeting, that special call finance meeting, or what is clarification on that?
Mr. Wan.
It'll be a special call full council meeting to take action on the after the pricing is done.
Got a time for that special call meeting?
We're going to make time, so long as we can have eight council members here. Yep. I'm hearing from the clerk, Mr. Clerk, that it has been advertised. So
the time has been set on that meeting. Yes, Mr. Clerk. Yeah. So any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, the next item is item number 19, 22-01428. This is an ordinance by council members Matt Westmoreland and Mary Norwood authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to the Chastain Park Conservancy and for other purposes. Colleagues, you have an amendment to this that reduces the donation from the carry-forward to $5,000. Move to amend accordingly.
Second.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1428 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to amend? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, the amended paper is before us. I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1428 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to adopt 22-0-1428 as amended? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
All right. Next item, or now into resolutions, 22-R3647, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis urging the mayor or his designee to authorize a feasibility study to provide recommendations regarding establishing a labor relations division to be housed in the Department of Human Resources, to provide that such labor relations division would be tasked with the routine examination of employee classifications, pay grades, and benefits, work in partnership with department heads, managers, and supervisors, and union leadership and their membership, to recommend and develop policies to support the City of Atlanta's workforce and to address inequities, workplace grievances, and to develop a process to routinely evaluate the City of Atlanta employees' wages and benefits in comparison to municipalities of similar size and characteristics, and for other purposes. I understand from the administration they have been in conversation with the author who has agreed to file this paper. So the motion is to file.
Second.
The motion to file 22-R-3647 by Mr. Wan and seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to file? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to file.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, item 21, 22-R3697, resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into amendment number 2 for FC 10276, job order contracting consulting services with the Gordian Group, Inc., to amend the fee structure of the agreement and to provide a facility job order contract condition assessment and improvement plan at various facilities under the purview of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management in an amount not to exceed $227,745.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Is there someone from the department here to speak to this paper? All right, Mr. President, I would ask that we put this one to the side also. It's the same department, and the hopes that they show up.
Please proceed.
All right, item number 22-R3698, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute sole source agreement number listed Streetlight Insight Big Data and Analytics proprietary software application pursuant to Section 2-1191 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with 3 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $163,000 per year. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from funding departments listed herein and for other purposes. Commissioner Rowan, I believe I have you down as speaking to this paper.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Thank you. I'm going to give you 2 minutes back. This is actually a service that we use that gets traffic counts based on cell phone data. It gives us a kind of a quick and dirty way to be measuring traffic volumes within our streets so that sensors are embedded in the street lights. This is a very, very useful tool, and we recommend it for approval.
All right, motion to approve. Or adopt.
The motion to adopt 22-R-3698 by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3698.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote.
The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, I don't have my glasses on, but I understand Commissioner Santil is here. So if I might go back and pick up the two that we had put to the side. So item 13, which is 22-01406, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial I'll sound it again. Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2022 budget by transferring appropriations from the Department of Enterprise Asset Management General Fund budget and adding appropriations to the Department of Enterprise Asset Management Capital Finance Fund in an amount not to exceed $727,745.00 for facility improvement assessments, multiple facility security upgrades, multiple facility HVAC upgrades, cafeteria upgrades and renovations, and newsstands upgrades and renovations, and for other purposes. Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Sorry I'm late. Yes, these are for projects that have not been, the invoices have not been paid yet, so we want to make sure that we carry over to the new fiscal year so it doesn't negatively impact our budget for the new fiscal year.
All right, any questions from colleagues?
Move approval.
All right, second.
Just for the record, could you just remind everybody who you are for those watching?
Remy Santil, Commissioner of Department of Enterprise Asset Management.
Thank you.
The motion from Shook and second by Juan.
The motion from Mr. Shook to adopt 22-0-1406, seconded by Mr. Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1406.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, then we'll jump back to number 21. This is 22-R3697 with the Gordian Group. I'm not going to sound it since I've already sounded the caption. So, Commissioner, go ahead and stay up there, and then we'll get your last one as well while you're there.
So yes, this is to, this resolution is to update our current contract with the Gordon Group that helps us with our job order contracting program, as well as this resolution is for the condition assessments that we'll be conducting on all the assets and properties for the city.
Commissioner, I have a quick question. I mean, it looks like we were able to negotiate the fee down.
Yep.
What were the parameters around that?
Well, it's the quantities. We know that we're going to be doing a lot of construction projects, especially with coming with the infrastructure bond, so we were able to drive those costs down.
That's great to hear. All right, I'll move approval.
Second.
There's a motion to approve 22-R-3697 by Mr. Juan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3697.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, let me go ahead and take the last one, and then I realize I've got to go back to another one. But item number 23, 22-R3699, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue task order number listed for contract FC10641I, job order contracting services small with JOC Construction LLC for detention center roof replacement on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management in an amount not to exceed $3,098,173.78. All work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes.
Yes, and this legislation is to do the full repair of the detention center roof at its current condition.
All right, I'll move approval.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt 22-R-3699 by Mr. Juan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3699. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, I apologize to you and my colleagues. The item number 22-R3698, I need to make a motion to reconsider. There was an amendment that we should have taken action on that would have corrected the sole source agreement number, so move to reconsider that item.
Second.
So move to reconsider 22-R-3698 by Mr. Wan. There's a second by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to reconsider? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to reconsider.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to reconsider carries.
So I need to make a motion to approve, and then I'll make a motion to amend. So I've done that. Okay. So move to approve. Oh, it's already back in front of us of that. All right. So then a motion to amend to correct the sole source agreement number.
So just for clarification for everyone, the motion to reconsider means it comes back under an assumption of approval. So now you are moving to amend?
Correct. Motion to amend to correct the sole source agreement number.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend 22-R-3698 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Could you just, for clarification, remind everybody what the amendment is?
Yeah, it corrects the sole source agreement number, and you have a copy of this in your packet.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Is there any objection to unanimous consent to approve the motion to amend? Hearing no objection, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, move to approve adopt as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt 22-R-3698 as amended by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the amended resolution? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on 22-R-3698, motion to adopt as amended. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. 22-R-3698 is adopted as amended.
All right, colleagues, we now are in papers held in committee. There are 4 items that will come off. First item is number 28, 22-O1199, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 1134, 46, 47, 52, 56, 62, 65, 66, 72, 77, 78, and 85 Oakfield Drive, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, and property located at 838, 842, 848, 854, 858, 864, and 868 Shadow Ridge Drive, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, to the corporate limits of Atlanta, Georgia, 30316, pursuant to the 60% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Georgia Department of Community Affairs of such annexation and for other purposes. My understanding is the application has been withdrawn. My motion is to file.
Second.
The motion to file 22-0-1199 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent to approve the motion to file? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to file.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, the next item is on page 49. It's item number 36, 22-01346, an ordinance by Council Member Howard Shook supplementing the restated and amended master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20, 2000, 99-01896, as previously amended and supplemented, providing for the issuance by the City of Atlanta of its airport senior lien bonds and hybrid PFC bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $735 million, comprised of its City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue, 4 Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD-A-1, non-AMT, City of Atlanta Airport Facility, Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Revenue for Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD-A-2, non-AMT. City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue for Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD-B, non-AMT, and the City of Atlanta Airport General Revenue for Delivery Refunding Bond, Series 2023 FWD.C, AMT, collectively the Series 2023 Forward Delivery Refunding Bonds, providing funds for the purpose of, among other things, refunding and redeeming all or a portion of the outstanding Series 2014 ABC bonds, as further described herein, providing for the forms and authorizing the execution of said Series 2023 Forward Delivery Refunding Bonds, providing for the rights of holders and said Series 2023 Forward Delivery Refunding Bonds, authorizing the forms of the Forward Delivery Bond purchase agreements with respect to each series of Series 2023 Forward Delivery Refunding Bonds, authorizing the execution of a continuing disclosure agreement, authorizing an escrow deposit agreement, designating an escrow agent, paying agent, and bond registrar, authorizing certain officials and employees of the city to take all actions required in connection with the issuance of said Series 2023 Forward Delivery Refunding Bonds, providing for authorization of certain amendments to the Master Bond Ordinance and for other purposes. I'll make a motion to amend with the substitute that removes Series B and C refunding from the airport bond, reduces the amount, adds funding sources, closing costs, and contract form. Colleagues, you have a copy of this in your packet for today. So the motion is to amend with the substitute.
Second.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1346 with a substitute by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. We'll do this via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to the motion to amend? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend via the substitute.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend via the substitute carries.
All right. Now that the substitute is before us, Mr. CFO, I just wanted to confirm this in terms of the timing of the full council approval will be when we return to full session, or this will also be special call?
No, so this one actually needs to move post-haste. There will be a pricing ordinance to follow for the airport refundings, and that pricing will take place on a special call meeting that has for June 29th. 27th? Yes, June 27th.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve as amended with the substitute.
Second.
There's a motion to approve 22-0-1346 as amended by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on 22-0-1346 as substituted.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt 22-0-1346 as substituted carries.
All right, and Mr. CFO will take care of the post-haste once we get back to regular session. All right, 22-R3575, this is item number 37. It's a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of $221,523.38, all funds to be charged to and paid from Fund Department organization and account numbers listed and for other purposes. There is a substitute that adds that dollar amount in your packet, so I'll make a motion to amend with a substitute that inserts that refund amount.
Second.
There's a motion to amend 22-R-3575 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to amend? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on the motion, on the unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, now that the substitute is before us, I'll make a motion to adopt as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt 22-R-3575 as amended by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-R-3575.
The vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Mr. Clerk, could you please note Mr. Dozier as an aye?
Duly noted. Populating vote. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, item number 38 is 22-R3637. We do have a substitute for this, but I'll read in the caption, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Finance to enter into Amendment number 2 to FC 9334 Business License and Cashier Management System Agreement with Tyler Technologies, Inc. to add funding for the 90-day extension period in an amount not to exceed $72,719.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department Organization and account numbers listed herein. And for other purposes, I'll move to amend with the substitute, which removes references to the 90-day extension, reduces the amount to $8,125, and adds scope. So motion to amend with the substitute.
Second.
There's a motion to amend via substitute 22-R-3637 by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend via the substitute? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to amend via the substitute? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend via substitute carries.
Now that the amendment is before us, I would like to ask, I don't know if Mr. CFO, you can explain the change on this, or if we need to get procurement down here to explain this one to us.
So, Mr. Davis is in
okay.
line. He can talk to this legislation.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Lawrence Davis, Revenue Chief. The substitute that you voted on was basically for a software modification, which allows for staff to be able to reverse transactions in the system. And so that's amendment number 2. The amendment number 3, which will come back later on, will address the $72,000 and the 90-day extension.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I'll move approval as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to approve 22-R-3637 as amended by Mr. Wan, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. I believe that concludes all of our legislative items. I do have, while we're in committee of the whole, however, the dual referred item that was the MARTA paper with regard to the Atlanta residents' access to fare free. Now that we can hear from the administration, I would like, if we can, to get affirmation of the level of readiness from the administration for this to move forward. So I don't know if there's anyone from, yep. or someone has his hand up, Mr. President.
Is there, Mr. Bond?
Point of order, the paper is no longer before us. The council passed it.
I understand, but we're in committee of the whole, and as a committee meeting item, I still have the opportunity to ask the administration a question while we're in committee of the whole.
I was just saying, but the paper is no longer before us because we full body acted on it.
Understand, and there's no motion for me to reconsider. It's just an outstanding question from the administration.
Is there anyone from the administration that could come to the podium? Mr. Wan, I don't see anybody that's coming forward.
Okay. I will ask, though, if someone from the administration at some point could let me know. I won't hold, obviously there's no motion to do anything, but I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. All right, with that, I will move to exit committee of the whole and return to regular session.
Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Wan and a second by Mr. Shook to move out of committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent of moving out of committee of the whole? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent of moving out of committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of committee of the whole passes. We're now back in our regularly scheduled council meeting, and we are to the standing committee, finance and as if we hadn't had enough finance exec. We're now to standing committee reports.
Continues. All right, Mr. President and colleagues, I'm going to make a motion to affirm all the actions that were taken while we were in committee of the whole en masse, with the exception of item number 18, 22-01427. Yeah, 1427. Yeah. So I've specifically taken out 22-01427, item number 18, but the rest I'm asking for affirmation en masse of the committee of the whole actions.
There's a motion to adopt all except the in gross. There's a motion to adopt in gross the items with the one exception from Mr. Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the... Oh, Mr. Bond?
What is the item that's being held out?
It's the airport bond papers that is being punted to the special call.
So that's 22, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's 22-0-1427, correct? Mr. Bond, 22-0-1427 is the paper that's not in mass.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt en masse carries.
All right, so the item that we pulled off, which is 22-01427, this is the airport bond paper. I'll move to adopt as the first motion, and then there's a second motion. Well, actually, no, yeah, let me do that, and then I'll do the post-haste one right after that.
So there's a motion to adopt 22-0-1427. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1427? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Mr. President, just for clarity, is that a motion to adopt or postpone to the...
It's first a motion to adopt, and then we'll make a motion to...
We need to adopt it in council, then we need to postpone it in order to go to the special meeting.
Duly noted. Thank you. The vote is open.
Sorry, point of order. No. I'm going to ask the CFO for a moment for clarification.
It's supposed to come out of committee to go to full council so full council can hold it to the special call meeting.
CFO, I thought you wanted it adopted by council and then held.
It needed to be approved in committee first.
Now that it's before full council, you just want it.
Now it can be held for the special call meeting.
Be adopted at the special call.
It'll be finalized in the special call meeting.
Be adopted at the special call meeting. Fine. So that is correct. Then we need to move to postpone it to the special call meeting, and then we will approve or not at the special call meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, for that clarification. I'll modify my motion to move to postpone.
There's a motion by Mr. Wan to postpone 22-0-1427, and there's a second by Mr. Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to postpone 22-0-1427.
Vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to postpone carries.
Mr. President, one final action. Item number 36 on page 49, 22-0-1346. Move to send this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Mr. Wan to move post haste 22-0-1346. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Is there any objection to unanimous consent to adopt the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt and to move post haste. To a motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays. And also, Mr. President, just for the edification on the previous item, which was 22-0-1427, that item was postponed to the Thursday, June 9th special call meeting at 1:30, just for everyone's edification.
Thank you.
And this was 14 yeas, 0 nays of members present.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Item 22-0-1346 will be moved post haste.
All right, that concludes all of our legislative items, but colleagues, I have a couple of announcements. First off is our budget hearings continue tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. with Department of Human Resources, followed by at 11 o'clock by City Planning, 1 o'clock Parks and Recreation, and 2 o'clock Department of Procurement. There's also a public hearing for the tax millage rate tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, and then a 6:15 interactive one. And then on Wednesday, we have Department of Finance at 10, City Council at 11, Department of Transportation at 1, and then Thursday, Grants and Community Development at 10, Personnel Paper at 11, and Executive Offices at 2:30 after the special call meeting. Colleagues, at this point, I hope that if you have budget amendments that you're considering, that you've been in discussion with the administration and started socializing that with colleagues to make sure that you have support and funding associated with that. So, Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. Now we'll move to report of Committee on Council. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee of Committee on Council. Mr. President, 1 through 4 are all communications. May we take these as a block?
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 22-C-5070, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman reappointing Mr. Andre Anderson to serve as a member of the Midtown Community Improvement District CID. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 2, 22-C-5072, a communication from Council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, appointing Mrs. Lauren Welsh to serve as a member of the Zoning Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 3, 22-C-5073, a communication from Ann Phillips, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, APAP, submitting the appointment of Mr. Eric Toomer to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission. Item 4, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, Byron Amos, District 3, Jason Dozier, District 4, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large, appointing Mr. John Fisher to serve as a member of the Alcohol Technical Advisory Group, ATAG 3. These items were found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 4 communication items outlined coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to adopt these 4 items? Mr. Clerk, please sound the, Madam Assistant Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to the unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 5, 22-R-3639, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing council members said name to the 2 positions on the Budget Commission to be filled by 2 members of the governing body, nominated and confirmed by the governing body at large for 1-year terms for the purpose of performing the duties and responsibilities of the Commission in connection with the FY 2023 budget for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes. Colleagues, we referred this item to the full council with no recommendation in this morning Committee on Council meeting for a ballot vote for 2 positions for the FY 2023 Budget Commission. Clerk, Mr. Webb, can you inform council on which 2 nominees received the most votes?
Council President and members of council, the vote tally has been completed from this morning's ballot vote. The 2 council members receiving the most votes would be Jason Winston with a total of 11 and Councilmember Howard Shook with a total number of 10.
Mr. President, can we get a motion to amend to add the names of the 2 appointees to the legislation?
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1184 reflecting council members Winston and Shook. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote on the motion to amend. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt as amended 22-0-1184. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Yes, Mr. Lewis.
I just wanted to be noted that the committee did send out an email to all council members that there was a deadline that Friday night and that 2 members were selected and that we are changing that. I wanted to go on record that we are changing that from what was already stated. Because that was an email sent out with a deadline on Friday at 5 p.m. for this budget commission for these 2 seats. So,
any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1184 as amended.
I'm sorry, sir. We're making a motion to adopt Resolution 22R3639. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt 22-R-3639 is carried.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll now move to the final committee today, Zoning Committee. Chair Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. So this is our Zoning Committee report. Please turn your agendas to page 53 if you're following along. We'll start with ordinances for second read. President Shipman, I'd like to take items 1 through 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, legislative number 22-0-1185, zoning case number Z-21-89. The location is 534 Springside Drive Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 single-family residential to PDH Planned Development Housing. Number 2, 22-0-1236, zoning case number Z-22-13, location 3049 Delmar Lane, Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 single-family residential to R4A single-family residential. Number 3, 22-0-1318, zoning case number Z-22-17, location 717 Pryor Street Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from SPI 18 SA5 Mechanicsville Neighborhood Special Public Interest District Sub Area 5 to SPI 18 SA4 Mechanicsville Neighborhood Special Public Interest District Sub Area 4. Number 4, 22-0-1392. The zoning case number is not applicable. The location is 1101 Church Street Northwest. The ordinance is to waive the limitations on the frequency of applications affecting the same property. Number 5, legislative number 22-0-1410. The zoning case number is not applicable. The location is Council District 8. The ordinance is to impose a moratorium on subdivisions of 3 or more adjacent lots within Atlanta City Council District 8 for a period not to exceed 180 days. Items 1 through 5 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
The motion to adopt items 1 through 5 coming out of committee doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 5 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the 5 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Okay. I would like to take items 6 through 10 as a block, please, Council.
Without objection.
Thank you. Number 6, legislative number 22-0-1186, zoning case number Z-21-43, location 185 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5BL, 2-family residential beltline overlay, to MR3CBL, multifamily residential conditional beltline overlay. Number 7, 22-0-1187, zoning case number U-21-27, location 504 Calhoun Street, Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a personal care home. Number 8, 22-1188, zoning case number U-21-30, location 658 Plainsville Drive Southwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a private school. Number 9, 22-0-1234, zoning case number Z-22-11, location 1355 Funston Road Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from PDH Plan Development Housing to PDH Plan Development Housing for a major site plan amendment. Number 10, 22-1323, zoning case number U-22-04, location 1196 Arkwright Place Southeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a school. Items 6 through 10 were favorable as amended, so motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt as amended the 5 items coming out of committee. No need for a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the 5 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Okay, we're moving on to number 11. Item number 11 is legislative number 22-0-1198, zoning case number Z-22-23. Location is 1134, 1146, 1147, 1152, 1162, 1165, 1166, 1172, 1177, 1178, and 1185 Oakfield Drive Southeast, and 838, 842, 848, 854, 858, 864, and 868 Shadow Ridge Drive Southeast. The ordinance is to zone this land to the R4, which is Single Family Residential Zoning District after annexation. The recommendation of the committee is to file item number 11, so I motion to file.
Motion is to file 22-0-1198 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to file 22-0-1198. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
No more.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Okay, so that brings us to items for first read. We have one. It's item number 12, legislative number 22-0-1442, zoning case number Z-21-104, location 2387 Summit Avenue Northwest, and 1103, 1107, and 1111 First Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A, Single Family Residential, to PDH, Planned Development Housing. The motion is to refer item number 12 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer 22-0-1442 to ZRB and Zoning. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to refer 22-0-1442. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. At this time, I've been informed that we are requested to have an executive session from the city attorney. Could you briefly inform us the need for executive session?
Good afternoon. The need is based on pending litigation. The need to discuss
Sorry, say that again.
litigation. We need to discuss pending litigation.
Pending litigation.
It's not on. Pending litigation. I apologize.
Thank you. So we'll have a executive session in council meeting room 1. So, is there a motion to move into executive session? I'm sorry, council meeting 2. Thank you, Mr. Westmore. Is there a motion to move into executive session? Moved by Mr. Winston. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Dozier. Any objection to unanimous consent of moving into executive session? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into executive session.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We'll now move into executive session in committee room 2. Thank you. All right, thank you, colleagues. I would entertain a motion to exit executive session by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to exit executive session? Hearing none, I'll move for unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to unanimous consent of moving out of executive session? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to end executive session.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to exit executive session carries. We'll now return to the agenda for the council meeting. We are at personal papers for immediate consideration. One of our colleagues recently had a baby, Councilmember Winston, so he is sleep deprived. Thus, I will let him start with a paper for immediate consideration. And get ready, because you'll also get to go first on items to be referred as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. You are right. I am a little sleep deprived, but happy to be here today and celebrating the birth of my new daughter. So I do have one item today for immediate consideration. It is ELMS 30064, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston. A resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of City of Atlanta versus Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar et al. Civil action file number 2016-CV282035, Fulton County Superior Court, in the amount of $925,000, authorizing said amount to be paid from 5051 Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301, NDP unallocated citywide employee expenses, 521-2005 litigation expense, and 154-0000 human resources, authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the total settlement amount and for other purposes. Whereas petitioner, City of Atlanta, filed a petition, City of Atlanta versus Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar, State of Georgia, Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and any and all persons claiming an interest in the property located at 153 Ormond Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30315, tax ID number 14-0005-0008-123-8, to acquire by condemnations, title, estate, or interest in the property located at 153 Ormond Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia. Whereas City of Atlanta, acting through its City Council by Ordinance 14-0-1471, adopted on October 6, 2014, and approved by the Mayor on October 15, 2014, has determined the necessity of acquiring by the use of the declaration of taking method of condemnation property needed to complete the Southeast Atlanta Green Infrastructure Project. The subject property, 153 Ormond Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, is located within the project area and owned by the condemnees, Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar. Whereas at the time of the filing of its petition and in accordance with applicable laws, the City of Atlanta deposited $200,000 in the registry of the court as an estimated amount of just and adequate compensation and subject property. Whereas the City Attorney has done an extensive review of the facts and the law and has determined that just and adequate payment of the subject property to be in the amount of $925,000. Whereas condemnees Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar have agreed to accept $925,000 in full compensation and acquisition of the subject property. Whereas the City Attorney considers it to be the best interest of the city to acquire the subject property for the agreed upon amount of compensation. Whereas the parties have agreed that the compensation amount is inclusive of the $200,000 previously deposited into the registry of the court.
Currently, the balance of the previously deposited funds is $149,742.94, thereby leaving a balance of $775,257.06 to be paid to the condomnees, Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar. Further, the parties have agreed that the balance of the compensation amount should also be deposited into the registry of the court, and whereas the total amount of $925,000 is to be paid to the condomnees, Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar, and the Evans Law Firm from the registry of the court and distributed by the order of the court. The Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia hereby resolves as follows. Section 1. The city attorney is hereby authorized to negotiate, settle, and execute all settlement documents in the case of City of Atlanta versus Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar, State of Georgia, Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and any and all persons claiming any interest in the property located at 153 Armand Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30315, tax ID number 14-0054-00008-123-8, Fulton County Superior Court Civil Action File number 2016-CV282035 in the amount of $925,000, which will include the acquisition of the property with the tax ID number 14-0054-000080123-8. Section 2. The Chief Financial Officer is authorized to pay the amount of $775,257.06 to Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry for distribution to Dwayne Adgar and Arnold Adgar and the Evans Law Firm by order of the court. Said payment is to be charged, paid, and issued from Fund 5051, Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301, NDP, unallocated citywide employee expenses, 521-2005, litigation expense, and 154-0000, human resources, and made payable to Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry, 136 Pryor Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. Such payment shall be in full consideration of the dismissal of all claims, motions, challenges, and rights of reversion against the City of Atlanta and its current and former officers, contractors, employees, and agents, and for the fee simple acquisition of the property with the tax ID number 14-0054-000080123-8. Any questions? Motion to adopt, Mr. President.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS 30064, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on ELMS 30064 and the motion to adopt. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is carried. I would entertain a motion to move post-haste. There's a motion to move post-haste by Mr. Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post-haste? Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion to move post-haste? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent on the motion to move post-haste.
Unanimous consent total is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post-haste is carried. We have two other items for immediate consideration. We'll start with Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a resolution signed by all members present, a resolution on behalf of the citizens of the City of Atlanta congratulating Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the celebration of her Platinum Jubilee from June 2nd to June 5th, 2020, and for other purposes. Whereas the celebration of the Platinum Jubilee marked the 70th anniversary of the accession of Queen Elizabeth II, whereas the Jubilee celebrates something that has never happened before, as no British monarch has ever reigned for 70 years, whereas Her Majesty's unprecedented 70 years of service to the United Kingdom should be an inspiration to all Americans, whereas the Atlanta City Council has great admiration for the Queen, for her decades of friendship with the United States and with our shared values and commitment to upholding democracy and human rights, whereas on June 2nd through June the 5th, 2020, the United Kingdom regaled the Queen with 4 days of pageantry and parties to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee, and whereas the citizens of Atlanta joined the British people in celebrating the historic milestone and send our heartfelt wishes for peace, prosperity, and good health to Her Majesty and to the entire United Kingdom. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta, that on behalf of the citizens of the City of Atlanta, we congratulate Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II on the celebration of her Platinum Jubilee, June 2nd through June 5th, 2020. Be it further resolved that the municipal clerk is directed to forward a copy of this resolution upon its adoption to the City of Atlanta's sister city in Newcastle upon Tyne in the United Kingdom. Be it further resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the contract. And it's ELMS number 30063, and I would move approval.
There's a motion to adopt ELMS ID 30063. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Westmoreland.
Jubilee.
Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on ELMS ID 30063. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
I do want to point out, though, we have a new council, and I don't want this position, but we do need to reactivate our Sister Cities Commission internationally. And if Atlanta is going to be an international city, we need to act internationally. But I don't want that job.
Understood. Thank you. There's one more item for immediate consideration. Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pretty sure some more people may want to sign on to this. AMS number, ID number 30072, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution urging the United States Congress to adopt common sense gun reform measures and for other purposes. Whereas on June 1st, 2022, an armed gunman opened fire at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma, leaving 4 dead, one of which was a 1980 Atlanta Public Schools high school graduate. And whereas on March 24th, 2022, an 18-year-old armed and an assault weapon murdered 19 children, 2 adults, teachers during a mass shooting in the elementary school in Univale, Texas. And whereas on May 14th, 2022, a racist attack at a grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, left 10 black residents dead from the injuries caused by another 18-year-old individual armed with an assault-style rifle. And whereas mass shootings occurred in Arizona, South Carolina, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, New York, and Michigan over the past weekend, whereas the United States has seen more than 240 shootings in 2022, with 27 occurring at school, a rate of frequency that averaged approximately 10 mass shootings a week. And whereas whereas a recent report from the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions, which analyzed CDC firearm fatality data for 2020, found that guns were the leading cause of death amongst children and teens in 2020, and whereas there's a broad bipartisan support in communities across the United States for common sense measures that restrict access to weapons of war and reduce the possibility of mass shootings events, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives passed H.R. 8, the Bipartisan Background Check Act of 2021 on March 11, 2021, with overwhelming support, which is enacted would require that nearly every gun sold in the U.S. be subject to background checks, including private sales at gun shows and those conducted over the internet. And whereas the United States has been unable to pass gun reform legislation which reflects an era of deep political division and unwillingness to address an actual life or death issues for countless families across the country, and whereas the City of Atlanta has experienced our own tragedies involving gun violence, and whereas Senate Bill 319, signed by Governor Bryant last month, eliminated the requirements that Georgia apply for a license and undergo a background check, get fingerprinted, and pay $75 fee for a carry a concealed handgun, therefore making it easier for more people to carry guns, and whereas every violent incident and devastating to surrounding communities who endure lasting trauma from these events, and whereas there is compelling evidence that violence begets violence unless there is a sophisticated and timely intervention with the right message and the right messenger, and whereas residents, neighbors, and elected leaders in Atlanta need to speak up and advocate for reasonable measures from the federal government that limit access to assault rifles and implement processes that prevent future violence incidents involving guns. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City of Atlanta, that the City Council and the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the City of Atlanta extends its condolences to the victims of recent mass shootings. Be it further resolved that the City of Atlanta calls on the United States Congress, specifically the United States Senate, to approve common sense gun reform legislation, including H.R. 8, that would implement a federal background check for purchases of firearms, implement waiting periods, and reduce access to guns and other assault weapons. And be it further resolved that upon adoption, the municipal clerk shall distribute a true copy of this resolution to the governor, lieutenant governor, and all members of the Georgia General Assembly. And be it further resolved that upon adoption, the municipal clerk shall transmit an electronic copy to President Biden and other members of the United States Congress. Yes. Second.
There's a motion to adopt Elms ID 30072 by Mr. Amos, seconded by Mr. Bond. I'm going to give anyone an opportunity that wants to co-sign Mr. Westmoreland, Councilmember Waits, Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Hillis, Councilmember Overstreet, Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Winston, Councilmember Shook, Councilmember Bakhtiari. Okay, I just wanted to give anybody an opportunity. So, there's a motion to adopt Elms 30072. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. We'll now move to personal papers to be referred. And as promised, Councilmember Winston, if you have anything, you get to go first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms 30039. An ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate an amount not to exceed $75,000.00 to the Atlanta Police Foundation to assist with the funding for the installation of surveillance cameras in the Thomasville neighborhood pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30039 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee. Thank you. Get some sleep, Mr. Winston. Councilmember Waits.
How about now? Okay, lovely. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise today to ask for favorable consideration. I guess it's going to be referred, correct? Okay. So, ELMS number 30070. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits requesting the mayor of the City of Atlanta and or his designee to identify funds in the amount of $1 million in support of the Black in Entertainment Walk of Fame development and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30070 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, sir. And ELMS ID number 30051. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits authorizing the mayor and or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with the Jerusalem House effective immediately in the amount not to exceed $4,083,000.10 for the purpose of proving tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services, and eligible administrative purposes as an award recipient of the Home American Rescue Program, HOPWA, program sponsored by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
ELMS ID 30051 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
AMS ID number 30043, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and accept on behalf of the mayor's office of violence reduction, intensive coordinated training and technical assistance from the United States Department of Justice, and to partner with the DOJ through DOJ's National Public Safety Partnership Initiative and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30043 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. AMS ID number 30042, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for and accept the Office of Justice Programs Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative Grant for the fiscal year 2023 in the amount not to exceed $2 million for 36-month grant period and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30042 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
AMS ID number 30030, ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Chickamauga Avenue Northwest and Sharon Street Northwest be made an all-way stop control intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30030 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS number 29943, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos and Jason Dozier, a resolution to support the development of Tenants' Bill of Rights and to encourage the Georgia General Assembly to repeal any state-level prohibition on the ability of the City of Atlanta to develop and implement a tenant bills of rights for the purpose of promoting housing equity and affordability to those residing within the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 29943 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Last one, AMS number 30060, ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install school flashing zone lights in the corners of Griffin Street Northwest and Spencer Street Northwest, Spencer Street Northwest and James P. Brawley Drive Northwest, Griffin Street Northwest and Orr Street Northwest to promote a safety environment for the students attending the Michael R. Hollis Innovation Academy and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30060 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. First one is Elms ID 30045, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to the Urban League of Greater Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter in an amount not to exceed $1 million and 0 cents in order to administer grants to youth-serving nonprofit organizations to increase capacity to serve students disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and for other purposes.
Elms 30045 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Next is Elms number 30066, a resolution by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland and Amir Faroqi expressing the support of the Atlanta City Council for the Center for Global Health Innovation and for other purposes.
Elms 30066 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 30052, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in amount not to exceed $1,500 and 0 cents from the Post 2 at Large Carry Forward account to Moving in the Spirit and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30052 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And an ordinance, Elms ID number 30055, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $10,000 from the Post 2 at Large Carry Forward account to Horizons Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30055 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms ID number 30031, an ordinance by Council members Jason Dozier and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Washington Place Southwest between White House Drive Southwest and Newcastle Street Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30031 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next item is Elms ID number 30032, an ordinance by Council members Jason Dozier and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on White House Drive between Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Beckwith Street Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30032 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And my last item is Elms ID number 30049, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the amendment of the 2021 Annual Action Plan to accept an additional award of American Rescue Plan funds made available to the city through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Home ARP grant to assist individuals or households who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, and other vulnerable populations by providing housing, rental assistance, supportive services, and non-congregate shelter to reduce homelessness and increase housing stability, and to amend the Home Investment Partnerships Program fund budget by anticipating and appropriating $999,553.00 and authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to substantially amend the city's 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan to fund various projects and enter into agreements with project sponsors to provide tenant-based rental assistance and supportive services using home ARP funds and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30049 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance signed by all members who are present. An ordinance authorizing the Department of Watershed Management to expand the Care and Conserve program to include funding to persons eligible for assistance under the Care and Conserve program who have experienced certain property impacts related to water infrastructure and for other purposes.
I believe that's Elms ID 30035. That's okay, and it will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And by that, I mean Mr. President. First is Elms number 30036, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the Mayor's Office of Resilience to require the Clean Energy Advisory Board to provide the Atlanta City Council with biannual updates on the initiatives and programs related to the Clean Energy Plan.
Elms ID 30036 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms number 30059, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Arkwright Place Southeast and Vinoy Street Southeast, Arkwright Place Southeast and Erickson Street Southeast be made always stop controlled intersections, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at these intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30059 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30061, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Rocky Ford Road Northeast and Emory Place Northeast be made an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30061 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30014, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, Human Relations, which prohibits discrimination throughout the city, to update terms consistent with federal laws and regulations and current references and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30014 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Finally, Elms ID 30061, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Amir Faroki, Matt Westmoreland, Mary Norwood, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, and Councilmember Waits. There might be another one on there that I can't read. Councilmember Bond. A resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari banning the use of any city funds to record and or investigate reports of abortion care, and request that the Atlanta Police Department place reports of abortion-related care at the lowest possible priority and for other purposes.
I believe that's Elms ID 30067. Is that correct? And that will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis. Actually, you don't have any papers today. Got it. Councilmember, then we'll stay over here. Councilmember Overstreet.
EMS ID number 30037, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Councilmember Andrea Boone, and anyone else that's interested. A resolution establishing the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force for the promotion of public trust in accordance with Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter, to be charged with evaluating the efficacy of the City of Atlanta's procurement and real estate code, administrative regulations, policies, and procedures related to procurement, contract compliance, and vendor relations, with surveying national models of government procurement, and with making written recommendations to the mayor and the City of Atlanta Council for meaningful reforms in these areas, to provide that the Procurement Reform Task Force shall be comprised of residents of the City of Atlanta and leaders experienced in government, business, or nonprofit service deliveries and enterprise in government contracting, and shall be facilitated by a firm or professional experience, a firm or government firm or professional experienced in working with governments to develop innovative strategies and implementing solutions to complex challenges, to establish that the Procurement Reform Task Force shall make a report with a detailed strategy and specific recommendations to the mayor, the City Council President, and the Atlanta City Council no later than December 31st, 2022, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30037 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 30047, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the Atlanta Development Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, to identify loans made to small businesses under the Creative Industries Loan Fund Program and convert those loans to grants due to the deleterious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Elms 30.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm still looking back at that word. Deleterious, that's what it is. Thank you. Deleterious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the entrepreneurial ecosystem, to authorize Invest Atlanta to establish and memorialize appropriate grant requirements for all future disbursements from the fund, to amend Ordinance 1701723 to the extent of its conflict and this ordinance, and for other purposes. Thank you.
Elms ID 30047 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you. Elms number 29990, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to authorize the formation of a project management team to complete the design and construction of the Cascade Springs Nature Preserve Improvement Project, to urge the project management team to move expeditiously so no award funding is lost, thereby jeopardizing completion of the full scope of work, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 29990 will be referred to CHS Committee.
Thank you. Elms number 29972, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the National Community Reinvestment Coalition Housing Rehab Fund, LLC, and Riddle Properties Group, LLC, to formalize a partnership that will emphasize the City of Atlanta's support for housing program, providing home ownership opportunities and affordable living options to low and moderate income families in low to moderate income communities, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 29972 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Okay, Elms ID number 30057, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to update the requirements for agreement between Park Pride and Community Garden adopter groups, originally authorized by Resolution 07-R-1363, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30057 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 30040, an ordinance by Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor of his designee to execute cooperative purchasing agreement CP-S-12203 for 3 security enhancement services with Dell Marketing LP on behalf of the Departments of Atlanta Information Management, Watershed Management, and Aviation, utilizing Georgia Department of Administrative Services contract SPD-T20120501-007 for a term of 1 year, retroactively commencing May 7th, 2022 through May 6th, 2023, with 3 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $2,492.84. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the funding numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30040 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, and the last one, Elms ID number 30046, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make an intergovernmental payment to Invest Atlanta in an amount not to exceed $62,464.72 for reimbursement of the Beltline T-Splice project tax, professional and real estate services related to the 2017 Beltline TAD bond issue. All expenses will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and amount number listed, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30046 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item is Elms ID 30058, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30058 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 30005, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to amend the regulations of NC4 Cheshire Bridge Road North Neighborhood Commercial District by amending regulations to allow parking structures and lots within the district and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30005 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Elms 3006, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to ordinance to amend the regulations of NC5 Cheshire Bridge Road South Neighborhood Commercial District by amending regulations to allow parking structures and lots within the district and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30006 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Elms 30034, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to extend the moratorium on the acceptance of any business license applications or for any zoning or building permit applications for new parking structures and lots for parcel zone NC4, Cheshire Bridge Road North Neighborhood Commercial District, or NC5, Cheshire Bridge Road South Neighborhood Commercial District, established pursuant to Ordinance 21-00436 and Ordinance 21-00960, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30034 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
Elms 30073, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the transfer of blank from various accounts to various council district distribution accounts and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30073 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 30044, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan supplementing that certain 31st Supplemental Bond Ordinance 22-01346 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June blank 2022 and approved by the Mayor on June blank 2022 to, among other things, set forth the terms of the City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Reserve Forward Delivery Refunding Bond Series 2023 FWD A1 Non-AMT and the City of Atlanta Airport Passenger Facility Charge and Subordinate Lien General Reserve Forward Delivery Refunding Bond Series 2023 FWD-A-2 non-AMT, collectively the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, within certain parameters previously established by the City, including the original principal amount of each Series 2023 FWD-A bond actually sold and the interest rates, maturity amounts, and maturity dates with respect thereto, affirm satisfaction of the additional bonds test with respect to the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, ratify certain prior actions of the City Council and certain officers and agents of the City with respect to the issuance and sale of the Series 2023 FWD-A bonds, ratify and approve the execution and delivery of a separate forward delivery bond purchase agreement with respect to each Series 2023 FWD-A bond and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 30044 we refer to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 30033, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Michael Julian Bond, and Matt Westmoreland, an ordinance authorizing the mayor, his designee to make the intersection of Kenner Drive Southwest and Bakers Ferry Road Southwest an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30033 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30071, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone and Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Shirley Street Southwest and Beecher Street Southwest an always stop control intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30071 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30053, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with Affordable Housing Solutions, DBA Edgewood, beginning October 1st, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $226,768.00 for the purpose of providing rehabilitation services and eligible administrative purposes, and an award recipient of the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Capital Project HOPWA CAP program sponsored by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD and for other purposes.
Items ID 30053 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
An ordinance, ELMS number 30054, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone. An ordinance authorizing the chief financial officer or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to transfer the total expenditure amount from the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS HOPWA Fund source to the Department of Grants and Community Development, DGCD, General Fund account in an amount not to exceed $17,127.00 to satisfy disallowed cost from expired contracts, specifically Atlanta Legal Aid within the Grants and Community Development Department and for other purposes.
Items ID 30054 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
ELMS number 30041, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a community development block grant CDBG subrecipient agreement with the Westview Realty Partners on behalf of the Department of City Planning for reimbursement costs related to exterior improvements for Westview Corner Grocery Store located at 1562 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard under the Storefront Improvement Program, retroactively effective February 11th, 2022 through June 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $39,591.00 in accordance with Sections 2-1641 and 21163, subsection C of Article Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30041 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
ELMS number 29848, an ordinance by council members Andrea Boone, Dustin Hillis, and Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 108881 for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages or wine for an establishment located at 3170 Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 29848 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
ELMS number 30056, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the transfer of $15,000.00 from the Council District 10 carry forward account to the Council District 10 expense account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30056 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis. And as Councilmember Hillis comes forward, I just want to clarify two referrals. ELMS 30005 from Councilmember Juan should be zoning and ZRB, and ELMS 30006 also from Councilmember Juan should be zoning and ZRB. Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. First up is ELMS ID 30068, an ordinance by Council members Dustin Hillis and Andrea Boone to waive the provisions of Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 1029C and D of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, as to modify the hours of operation on Monday, July 4, 2022, Independence Day only, for all licensed establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30068 will refer to the Public Safety Committee.
ELMS ID 30038, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Customer Service to waive the provisions of Section 2-1206 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances to extend the term of contract number FC 1008, Improved City Services with ATO 311 mobile application with 3DI Incorporated on a month-to-month basis effective July 18th, 2022, and continuing on a monthly basis for a period not to exceed 12 months and an amount not to exceed $18,000.00, all contract work to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30038 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS ID 29991,
A resolution by Council members Dustin Hillis, Liliana Bakhtiari, and Alex Wan requesting the Office of the Inspector General of the City of Atlanta present quarterly compliance reports to the Committee on Finance and Executive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 29991 will be referred jointly to the Committee on Council and the Finance Exec Committee.
Leads my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Somebody has to be last, and I'm it. Elms, number 348, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000.00 from the Council District 8 distribution account to the Chastain Park Conservancy and for other purposes.
Elms 30048 will refer to Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 30050, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the transfer of $5,000.00 from the Council District 8 expense account to the Council District 8 distribution account to continuing serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Elms 30050 will be referred to Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 30015, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood imposing a moratorium on intersection improvements within City Council District 8 until a comprehensive traffic plan can be created for District 8 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30015 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30017, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to remove the pedestrian median at the intersection of Valley Road Northwest and West Paces Ferry Road Northwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30017 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices, speed tables on 28th Street between Peachtree Road and Ardmore Road Northwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30062 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Are there any other items for today? Seeing none, we'll move to general remarks. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to share that the last 4 appointments to the Public Safety Commission will constitute a quorum, and therefore we will be holding our first citywide public safety meeting on June 30th. And so I'm extremely pleased to move that forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Yes, quickly. Thank you, President Shipman. I want to invite everyone to a groundbreaking tomorrow. If anyone knows the old Magic Johnson Theater, it has been demolished, and we are doing a groundbreaking tomorrow for the new development. One is called the Paramount, and the other one is Bryant Park. So as much as I really and truly hate to miss budget hearing days, I will have to miss tomorrow, but I know why you all won't be able to attend, but you're invited anyway. It starts sharp at noon tomorrow right at the old Magic Johnson Theater area, Greenbrier Mall.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to announce that this week's Hello Fresh will be at the Greater New Light Baptist Church at 2540 Camilton Road on June the 8th at 3 p.m. And, of course, the need is great and the lines keep getting longer, but please spread the word. There's no prerequisite to receive the help. So if you don't need it, chances are if you live within the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, you know someone who does. So this Wednesday, June the 8th, at the Greater New Light Baptist Church, again, 2540 Camilton Road. And I'd like to also just take a personal indulgence and wish my cousin Constance Moore a happy birthday today. She was born on June the 6th. I'm born on April the 6th, both in 1966. So if you're listening, which I doubt, happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Mr. Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to let my constituents, particularly those in the West End, know that this Saturday our office is hosting a West End community conversation at Howell Park. It will be outdoors. The address is 983 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, and it starts at 10 a.m. The impetus behind this is that we have a lot of phenomenal community groups based in West End, everything from the West End Neighborhood Association, West End Neighborhood Development, the West End Rotary Club, the West End Merchant Coalition, the West End Community Improvement District, our West End newsletter, and others. And we want to make sure that the broader community knows what each of those organizations is working on and how they can get involved. And we'll have a special presentation with the Department of Public Works to talk about some of the community cleanup and anti-dumping efforts that we've had in the community. So I look forward to seeing our West End community members out there. At Howell Park at 10 a.m. on Saturday, June the 11th. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite everyone out to midnight basketball at the C.T. Martin Recreation Center. It is the championship game, and the two teams are the C.T. Martin team and the M.L. King Jr. team. That is this Wednesday, June 8th. And then we will be moving over to the Roselle Fan Recreation Center for Season 2. So if you have not been out to midnight basketball, you are truly missing a treat. There are jobs, haircuts, resources, food, and GED classes. So you are missing a treat if you have not come out to the midnight basketball game. And congratulations to Mayor Andre Dickens and the Parks and Recreation for a successful season. It starts at 8 p.m. this Wednesday, and it usually goes from 7 p.m. to about 11:40 or 11:30. But it's so much more than midnight basketball, so please come on out.
Councilman Amos.
Mr. President, thank you. Just want to invite my colleagues and the rest of the city, or if you're not doing anything, on June 8th at 7 p.m., a proud graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, which soon to be a graduate of the class of 2024 Spelman College, Miss Miriam Adu-Jidi, will actually be on the Wheel of Fortune. So if you're not doing anything, catch your hometown girl, June 8th, 2022, 7 p.m., Wheel of Fortune.
Any other comments from my colleagues? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the closing roll.
Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members Bond. Here. Westmoreland. Here. Waits. Winston. Faroki. Amos. Here. Dozier. Bakhtiari. Juan. Shook. Norwood. Hillis. Here. Boone. Overstreet. And Lewis.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Second. Unanimous consent without objection. We stand adjourned. Thank you all very much.